Hello, everyone. Welcome to another video for History by Podcast. Today I'm live with James Valiant and Professor Bart Ehrman. Well, welcome back to the show, Bart. It's been a little while since we last
Yeah.
did a video, and the last one we did was on was on your latest book on the what was it? And now
I
I'm
can't even
embarrassed.
remember. It's
Yeah,
the
the
latest
one we
one is
did
called
before, yeah,
Armageddon.
Armageddon. I
Yeah.
just remembered it. Yep,
Yeah.
right
Well,
there.
it means the end's coming soon, and maybe it came already.
But today we're going to be talking about Forged, and I really wanted to talk about this book with you for a while. And you really get into the meat of it in Forged because it's this very super complicated topic about how do scholars tell the difference between what is supposed to be authentic to somebody that lived 2,000 years ago and what wasn't, and sorting out the language and differences and different traditions about those texts and said people. Like scholars think that 7 letters were written by Paul, but there's 13 of them. Well, some say 14 if you include Hebrews, but Hebrews never claims to have been written by Paul. But basically, 13 letters attributed to Paul in the New Testament. 7 of them are deemed authentic by the majority of scholars, and 6 of them are not. And you have First and Second Peter, which many scholars think are fake, and etc. etc. So, Bart, I guess my first question is methodology. How do scholars sort out this mess of what is pseudoepigrapha and what is not?
Yeah. So, thanks, and it's a really important question, and one of the
Mm,
reasons it's tricky is because people tend to mean different things by the term forgery. And when scholars use it in this context, they mean something pretty specific, which is what you were talking about, which is if you it has to do with who the author really was. This is what we mean by forgery. If somebody writes a book claiming to be a famous person, knowing full well that he's someone else, that's what we're calling a forgery. So we're not talking about like when somebody makes up stories about Jesus or somebody fabricates something or somebody like changes what someone else wrote, or those are all very important issues, but they're not what we're talking about when we talk about forgery. Forgery is somebody claiming to be someone they're not when they write. It's a phenomenon still today, of course, and there are experts today who tried to decide, is this really a book written by Charles Dickens or not, or Mark Twain or whatever. When we're dealing with antiquity, it's a very big issue and a problematic issue, but it's a big issue because there were a lot more people writing forgeries in the ancient world than there are today, in part because it was easier to get away with. Um, they didn't have the data retrieval systems and the computer capacities we have today to check handwriting style and grammatical differences and things like that, and so it wasn't as hard to get away with it. But so scholars who study the ancient world use pretty much the criteria that scholars use today to decide if you've got, suppose you've got a handful of books written by a person and there's another book that claims to be written by the same person. Well, you compare them. Is the writing style similar or really different? The vocabulary, is it completely different or basically the same? Are the ideas the same? Are there ideas that are actually conflicting with the other one? Are there things that are presupposed that show that this person wasn't living in the right time frame for that person? And so you look at a range of things like that, and then you have to make a determination on a case by case basis.
So, for example, with the so-called pastoral epistles of Paul,
Mm-hmm.
letters that claim to be written by Paul to
Mm-hmm.
Titus or to Timothy, or
Mm-hmm.
in those, there's a general scholarly consensus because they seem to be bringing up whole new issues that
Mm-hmm.
hadn't been raised in the earlier Pauline letters, such as church organization,
Mm-hmm.
officials in the church, organizing the church in Crete or something. And those seem to be at a later stage. Most scholars put the authentic Pauline letters at the earliest stage,
Yeah.
mid first century. And these letters seem to be discussing organizational issues, for example.
Yeah.
And so this leads many scholars, most scholars, to believe that the pastorals, for example, are pseudoepigrapha. Uh, Now, it's that part that says by Paul that's the pseudo part, right?
That's
Uh,
right.
and it's the content, though, that tells us, hey, whole new
Mm-hmm.
ideas have been introduced
Mm-hmm.
to these letters that were not present in these presumably earlier letters. That's the gist of it.
Yeah, and that's right. That's exactly right. And the important qualifying point is that these discussions of church organization and things, they are different from Paul's letters, but it's not, and it's not just that they're different, but they're contrary, because we know how Paul's churches were organized based on his authentic letters. You read 1 Corinthians, 1 Corinthians, the Corinthian church is a mess. If you read through Corinthians, he goes problem by problem. I mean, they're at each other's throats.
Right. Yeah.
They're all, they're taking each other to court over like disagreements. You have these gross immoral things going on. You have men visiting prostitutes and bragging about it in church. You've got people who coming to the Lord's Supper, which is a shared meal, and getting drunk, and and so you got a guy sleeping with his stepmother. You have this. These are the people that Paul begins the letter by saying he's writing to the saints who are in Corinth. Just, wow, what do the sinners look like? Wow, that's quite amazing. But but when Paul writes to deal with these problems, he doesn't write the church leaders and say, look, get your people in order. You're supposed to have control of these people. You're the shepherd of the sheep. And, and he doesn't write to the leaders. And the reason he doesn't write the leaders is because there weren't any leaders yet. In Paul's churches, it was understood that the Holy Spirit was guiding people in how they were to live and to behave and perform. And when you get to the pastoral epistles, there's none of that. The pastoral epistles says you've got bishops and you've got deacons, and you've got these orders of people and that are running the show, and not in Paul's. So it's a difference. So it's things Paul doesn't talk about that in fact run contrary to what he does talk about.
In a lot of the, if I may, just one more.
Yeah, sure.
In a lot of the content issues, people will often put forth the idea of what they so-called pious fraud, where they sincerely believed it, or they had a vision, or there's some interpretation or some experience they had that informed them that Jesus must have said this or something. Is that distinguishable from these attributions of the letters to Paul? I mean, could someone have said, I had the Holy Spirit visited me, I had an ecstatic vision and told me that Paul wrote this letter? Contents. Paul communicated the contents of this to me through a vision or something. Yeah.
So a lot, as you know, most scholars of the New Testament tend to be Christian, and they revere the Bible, even when they recognize that the historical scholars recognize that, Paul didn't really write these letters. Of course, fundamentalists and conservative evangelicals, most evangelicals will say, oh, yes, he did. And so you could have that debate. But if you genuinely, on historical grounds, think, look, Paul just didn't write these letters, and you have reasons for thinking so, but you have an attachment to the Bible as a source of reverence for your Christian tradition, then you have to have some other explanation other than, well, somebody's lying about it. They're forging this. And so that's why people started coming up with these ideas that try to excuse the practice. It's a pious fraud, or the person was inspired by the Spirit to claim they were Paul. It was the Spirit, and this is the Spirit speaking what Paul would have said if he were in this context. And you come up with explanations like that. So I've got two books on this, as you know, Jim and Jacob. That the book Forged, Jacob, that you were referring to it's a book for a general audience, a broader audience, where I lay out a lot of this stuff. But for the really kind of hardcore stuff, where I really go for it for scholars, is my other book called Forgery and Counter-Forgery. And Jim, as you know, that's where I really go after this question. Is it true that there are such things as pious frauds in the ancient world? Is it true that people thought that they could be inspired by the Spirit in order to claim to be somebody that they're not? What kind of evidence is there? Let's look at the evidence. Let's evaluate it. And in almost every instance, it's pretty clear these categories of pious fraud and stuff are just things people are making up. They're just modern people are just making stuff up because they don't like the idea that like somebody would lie about who their identity is, because obviously that's troubling, especially in the Bible. And so I get it, but I don't think there's any evidence for that kind of thing.
Thank you.
Take the super chat question. Mark Morledge, thank you for your super chat. What are the best conservative arguments for defending the traditional view for Pauline authorship of the pastoral letters 1, 2 Timothy, and Titus?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I need to point out that, as Jim and I are saying, that this is it's a broad consensus among critical scholars that Paul did not write it, but a consensus doesn't mean absolute uniformity. There are very fine scholars who think maybe Paul did write them. My own teacher, Bruce Metzger, thought that Paul probably wrote them. One of the major commentaries on 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus is by Luke Timothy Johnson, who had been a professor at Yale and Emory, and he argues that Paul probably wrote them. And so there are people who think that. They're very much in the minority, but they're smart people. One argument is that, look, the letters claim to be written by Paul, and you give the benefit of the doubt to the claim, which I agree with that. If you have a book that somebody claims to write, you give them the benefit of the doubt, unless you have really strong arguments against it. The main argument that Paul may have written these things is that if they're situated at the very end of his life, that things may have developed enough by that time for him to have changed his views on things, for him to start using a different kind of Christian vocabulary, for him, since they're written to individuals who are heading churches, that he might have a different writing style in these situations. And so you take seriously the possibility that, of course, people write different styles all the time, and everybody realizes that. But so some people just the basic conservative argument, the best conservative argument is that they think that the counter argument is not convincing enough.
So the tradition about, say, Paul's execution under Nero is just that, a tradition, and we hear about it rather late. So if we question the fact of when Paul died, let's say that the letters were written from between the 50s all the way to the 90s, which is within a human lifespan, wouldn't that make it conceivable that Paul could be responsible both for the early letters like 1st and 2nd Corinthians, 1st Thessalonians, Galatians, and then also be responsible for the pastorals and later material, say, in the 80s or 90s?
It's possible. I mean, I think what you would probably want to do is date the pastorals. The thing is, sorry, I keep breaking up my sentences here, but the reality is that people who want to say Paul wrote these letters are pretty convinced Paul died in 64. But there's no, as you say, there's no real compelling reason for that. The first time Paul's death is actually mentioned is in the book of 1st Clement, and that's almost always dated to the year 95. The author of this it's kind of a community project. It claims to be written by the church in Rome, and it mentions Paul and Peter having been martyred. And the tradition emerges, of course, that it was during the reign of Nero. The book of Acts in the New Testament seems to know that Paul's going to get martyred soon after his sojourn in Rome. And so people tend to date it in the mid-60s, but there's no reason that you have to. You could argue it's not, but then you bear the burden of proof for that, I would say. So what people tend to do is to say that, okay, Paul writes 1 Corinthians in the year 55 or something. Well, 8 or 9 years later, I mean, the whole situation's different, and he's writing a different thing and so it's possible, and it absolutely is possible. It's possible that, Luke wrote the pastoral epistles. It's possible that Silas wrote the pastoral epistles. Anything's possible. Anything. I mean, it's not possible I wrote them. I'm old, but I'm not that old. And so that's possible. But it's not, that's not, but so the issue with this kind of thing is how you establish probabilities. And there are some arguments that are just so good for I'll give you one. I'll give you one for the pastorals, is that sometimes the pastoral epistles will use a word that's very common in Paul. That's like it's a major word for Paul. And he'll use it in a sense that Paul absolutely does not use it in, the word faith. Faith is an important word for Paul, and faith in the pastorals does not mean what Paul means by the term faith. For Paul, faith means it's a relational term. It means trust in what God has done. You're trusting God to provide salvation through Christ. It's a relationship of trust with God. And in the pastorals, it's not that at all. Faith is the content of what you believe. It's the propositional truths. So keeping the faith means that you agree with these ideas. And that's just not what Paul meant. So the thing is, you pile up arguments, and after a while, you start getting argument after argument after argument. In my book, Forgery and Counter Forgery, man, I have page after page after page of arguments on this one. And it's like at the end of the day, you just say, yeah, okay, probably Paul didn't write them.
Does this include the author attribution to the Gospels? Do you think that's for the matter of forgery? I mean, there are pious Christians who believe the disciple and apostle Matthew wrote Matthew, or that the apostle John wrote the Gospel of John.
Right.
Do you think those are forged attributions?
So this is where definitions get really even more sticky than I mentioned earlier, because Matthew, of course, circulates under the name Matthew, but the author himself doesn't call himself Matthew. So the reason people started calling Matthew sometime in the 2nd century after the book had been in circulation for a long time. The author never says, I'm Matthew. He doesn't ever talk in the first person. He gives an account of how Matthew became Jesus' disciple. The call of Matthew is in Matthew in the chapter 9 of the Gospel of Matthew. And there's nothing. People need to read this. Just read Matthew 9. I think it's like verses 9 to 13 or something, that where Jesus calls Matthew, the tax collector, to be his followers. And just ask yourself, if you're reading this, is there any hint that the author's talking about himself? The answer is no. And so the author doesn't claim this. The gospel that we have in our early manuscripts has a title on it, kata matayan, which means according to Matthew. Well, that's not a title that an author puts on a book. In other words, when I wrote my book Armageddon, I did not entitle the book according to Bart Ehrman. That's not the title of the book. That's when somebody's telling you who wrote the book, right? And so you got this anonymous book of Matthew floating around, and people want to know who wrote that. And people came up with the idea, I think it was Matthew, the tax collector. And so then they put kata matayan, according to Matthew, to differentiate it from according to Mark and according to Luke and according to John. So in this case, it's not forgery by my definition, because the author is not claiming to be someone other than who he is. It's somebody else saying that it's that person. And so
whereas the letters ascribed to Peter just simply appear to be written in a totally different context than the historical Peter.
Yeah.
And therefore, our Peter, who it claims to be written by, simply cannot be the author.
That's right, especially 2 Peter. I mean, even my mentor, Bruce Metzger, agreed 2 Peter was not written by Peter. I mean, the evidence on that one is so overwhelming that unless somebody's a very, very conservative evangelical or a fundamentalist, most people say, 2 Peter, I don't think so.
It was almost like a cottage industry as time wore on of certain kinds of frauds. For example, Jerome mentions that there is a correspondence between the Stoic philosopher Seneca, who was a tutor and advisor to the Emperor Nero, and Paul. And there's actually a correspondence. We actually have a text of correspondence between, allegedly, Paul and Nero that Jerome, by 400 is aware of.
Yeah.
So it's a relatively early thing, and it appears to be totally forged in content.
Yeah. It's absolutely forged. Everybody, these letters, so there, 13 or 14 letters back and forth between Seneca and Paul. And there's no one who knows anything about anything, the early Christian church or can read Latin. They're in Latin, thinks that they're actually kind of funny because Seneca gives Paul a hard time for not having very good, not being very good at Latin.
But how to put this nicely, there appear to be multiple instances where we have documents. I mean, and of course, with the Nag Hammadi discoveries, we discovered all these Gnostic documents, which also have attributions that appear to be dubious on their face. There appears to be a whole cottage industry of this kind of forgery during the Roman period of Christianity.
That's true. And it's the thing is, nobody doubts it. Everybody agrees. With Paul, you've got 3 Corinthians. You got the letter to the Laodiceans. We know that there used to be a letter to the Alexandrians. We know that, we've got this correspondence of Paul and Seneca. Nobody thinks any of that's authentic, which means that a number of somebodies, these are all different authors, are claiming to be Paul, knowing full well that they're not. And so it's not a question of whether would a Christian do that. Yes, Christians did that. The only question that most people have is it possible that anyone who did that had a book that made it into the New Testament? Because people are nervous when you talk about the New Testament, that happening in the New Testament, even though they agree it happened all over the place after the New Testament. And so what scholars do is they apply the same criteria to the New Testament books that they apply to the other books to make a decision. And it's not that they're out to, to prove or disprove anything. They just want to know, if Paul didn't write 1 Timothy, that's important. Or if he didn't write Ephesians, which, a lot of people don't think he wrote Ephesians either, that'd be really important because Ephesians gets used a lot by people who want to know what Paul really thought. Well, if it's written 20 or 30 years after Paul by somebody who was just claiming to be Paul, it doesn't represent necessarily what Paul thought.
Ephesians is a great example because it's got a lot of meaty Pauline substance in it, and yet it appears to have been composed after the war and the destruction of the temple. So that creates in the mind of many scholars this problem that, wait a minute, we want it to be Paul because it's got all this wonderful Pauline material, but on the other hand, it was probably written after Paul's time.
Yeah. Well, there have been scholars who have argued that Ephesians is the central Pauline letter. F.F. Bruce, who is this British scholar who wrote a book called Apostle of the Heart Set Free, which is an account of Paul, uses Ephesians as the core of Paul's writings. And it's understandable why, because whoever wrote Ephesians is bringing in all sorts of Paul's vocabulary and images and ideas and putting them together into this 6-chapter book. And but when you actually look at specifically what it says, what Paul allegedly says in this book, at almost every point there's something that's not at all like what Paul would have said. And so in my book, I might even do this in my book Forged for the general audience. I take a passage, I think it's chapter 2 verses 1 through 10, and show that even though this sounds like Paul, man, this is not Paul. When Ephesians says that you're saved by faith, not by works, he's talking about you're not saved by being a good person. You're saved by having faith. And that sounds Pauline until you actually read what Paul says. Paul says you're saved by faith, not by doing works of the law. Paul's not interested in whether you're saved by being a good person. He's interested in whether you have to be Jewish. Are you saved by the works of the law? And so you get these little things that end up being, whoa, that really is different, that you don't notice at first because it sounds like Paul.
Wow.
You mentioned in the book that there's a hypothesis about that some scholars go about with, and it's the idea that, well, we can explain the inconsistent theological views and grammar by the involvement of scribes. But in several of the letters of Paul, he frequently mentions that he wrote this letter with somebody else, like Paul and Timothy to the Corinthians, or Paul and Sosthenes to the Corinthians, or Paul, Silas, and Timothy in 1 Thessalonians and 2 Thessalonians. Do you think co-authorship is a possible explanation for some of these differences?
No, it's a good question, and it's really hard to answer. Some scholars tout this as being kind of the obvious answer as well. Some of these books are co-written, and others aren't. And so the ones that are implementing somebody else's writing style and theology and such. I looked into this at considerable length when I was doing research on my books, and I looked around to try and find any evidence of any kind of what co-authored works look like in the ancient world, because the assumption is that they'll be different from the single-authored books. And I couldn't find any evidence at all. I mean, we don't have, there's nothing to compare it to. In other words, it's not like you have writings, just take Seneca. I've been reading a lot of Seneca lately. And so take Seneca, if you got Seneca writing a letter, and suppose you had a book that's like co-authored, Seneca and someone else, and you knew that it was co-authored, and you knew that you had some of Seneca's work that was not co-authored, then you could compare them, right? And see, is it the same style, different style, same vocabulary? You could do that. You don't have a database, though, you don't have a database for any of these. You don't have that. You don't have that phenomenon that you can actually work it out. How different is it? And so in my book, I try to go into it a little bit further and ask, well, why in these books that claim to be written by Paul and Sosthenes or Paul and whoever, why is it that in the middle of the once you get past the greeting, it's always the first person singular pronoun, I? In 1 Corinthians, it's Paul talking about himself. I. He starts off by saying he's co-authored, but then it's all I. It looks to me like what he's saying is that he's writing this and he's with these other people and they're kind of looking on, or they're maybe talking, but he's the one doing the writing. And these books that are allegedly co-authored, even in like 1 Corinthians and things, they're perfectly consistent in terms of the writing style and such with the ones that Paul wrote by himself. So I don't think it's a very strong argument. And if it were to be a strong argument, you'd have to find some kind of evidence that shows that this is that people's style and thinking and vocabulary changes when they have a co-authored book. I've never seen any evidence for that.
What about in 1 Corinthians, I think it's in 1 Corinthians 15, compared to what Paul says in Galatians, I think it's in chapter 1 or 2, in which he states in Galatians that he'd learned his theology from no man. He received it from revelation. But in 1 Corinthians, he learns it from men. So what do you think is going on there?
Yeah.
The big deal in the opening of Galatians, I got no
Huge.
man. I got this from my own revelation.
Huge.
But then elsewhere he says, I received this tradition. How do we square that?
Yeah. The question is, what is the antecedent of this? I got this. Well, these are two different books talking about, dealing with different issues, obviously. And so you have to ask, what's he talking about? In 1 Corinthians 15, he tells you what he's talking about. He's referring to the creed that shows up in 1 Corinthians 15, verses 3 and 4, where he's learned this from others, that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures and was buried. Christ was raised from the dead on the third day according to the Scriptures, and he appeared to Cephas and to the 12. He's heard that from other people. When he's talking in Galatians, what is he referring to? He's not referring to that. He's referring to what he calls his gospel, which in Galatians is the good news that salvation comes not just to Jews, but also to Gentiles without keeping the law. That's his distinctive spin on the salvation story, that Gentiles don't have to convert to Judaism. It's what the entire book of Galatians is about. And he says that if anybody teaches differently from this, everybody tells you have to be circumcised, they will be cursed by God. So here the issue is not whether Jesus died and was raised from the dead. Here the question is the gospel message that Paul preaches, that Gentiles can be saved without converting to Judaism.
But what a radical...
He's talking about different things.
He's
very radical. And
he's arguing with James and Cephas, confronting Cephas to his face, and James is spying out his freedom in Christ. So he appears to be condemning the previous followers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he says that they agree with him, but they're not really being very consistent. And but he goes after them. And apparently he says he and Peter had a falling out in public. It's interesting. He doesn't report who won the argument, or he thought he won the argument. But he doesn't report like everybody sided with him, and so it may be that they didn't. But it's a very different context. And so what he's saying is that when he had his vision of Jesus is when he realized that Christ told him this applies to everybody. In 1 Corinthians 15, he's not talking necessarily about when he converted. He's just saying, I heard this. I think he surely heard about Christians saying that Christ died and was raised from the dead before he became a follower of Jesus himself. I mean, that's why he's persecuting these people.
And so by inference, we can say that previous Christians had visions of the risen Christ, but they were probably Torah orthodox. And Paul was the one who injected an element of Torah criticism into the movement.
I think so. I mean, I think, and I think that what Paul's doing is Paul's the one. I think Paul's the one who realizes that in fact being Jewish isn't the key. It's hard to know whether Paul objects to Jews maintaining the Jewishness. I don't think so. I think he thinks it's fine. You got these customs, keep your customs. That's fine. But to say the Gentiles have to follow them, that's wrong. And if you say that, you're cursed by God. So that part gets serious. But and he does, of course, he doesn't think that the law can provide salvation. The problem for Paul is that the law tells you how to behave. It just doesn't enable you to do it. You need the Spirit of God to do it. And for that, you got to believe in Christ.
I would like to circle back to the bishops and deacons and the pastoral epistles, but just before I do that, Clark Morledge is back with another super chat. Thanks again, Clark. When evangelical egalitarians say 1 Timothy 2:12 is about Ephesian women influenced by the Artemis cult, is this failed attempt to rescue Pauline authorship?
Whoa, I have to admit I don't have 1 Timothy 2:12 memorized, so I'm going to look it up here. I think it will sound familiar to all of us. Right. Is this the right verse? 1 Timothy 2:12, I permit no woman to teach or to have authority over men. She's to keep silent. Is this a failed attempt to rescue Pauline? Ephesian women. Okay. So, no, I don't think that there's necessarily, well, 1 Timothy 2 doesn't mention anything about Ephesus. It doesn't mention anything about Artemis, and it doesn't mention anything about Pauline authorship. So I think the answer is probably no. That's not what this is about. My sense is that this is this passage. This is that notorious passage that I should have known if he'd given the whole thing. 1 Timothy 2, verses 12 through 15, is this notorious passage where where the author, claiming to be Paul, tells women that they have to be silent in the churches. They're not to exercise any authority over a man because Adam was created first, not Eve. And Adam wasn't deceived. The woman was deceived, and then she misled the man. And so women can be saved if they bear children, but otherwise they have to be quiet in church. And so this author's dealing with an internal Christian situation where women are recognizing that that Paul had said that they're in Christ, there's no male or female, that women are equal with men in the church, and they're behaving like it. And this author, along with other men, didn't like that, and he points out that men cannot be instructed by women, because when women instruct men, it's always bad news. Going back to Adam and Eve, where Eve was deceived by the devil, not Adam, and she then misled the man. So what happens if you let women teach in the church? They'll be misled by the devil and they'll mislead the men. And so women can't teach in the church. So I don't think it has anything to do with the Artemis cult or necessarily Ephesus or anything like that.
Might it point to something earlier in Paul's circle where he mentions that he has women colleagues, and as you pointed out in Galatians, he says there's no free or slave, there's no male or female, and so maybe Paul had the original authentic Paul had a slightly different view about women, and the later pseudo Pauline author wants to correct that impression.
Yeah, and it's interesting because there may be a correction in one of Paul's own letters as well. In 1 Corinthians, back to 1 Corinthians, in chapter 14, verses 33 and 34, you have a very similar line about how women are not supposed to be talking in church. They're getting problems, they let them ask their husbands at home kind of thing. And those two verses are thought by many scholars to be inserted into 1 Corinthians.
Well,
but they're not things that Paul wrote. So the deal is that this would be what we call an interpolation rather than a textual change. By interpolation, scholars mean a verse that's found in all the manuscripts, but it looks like the author didn't write it. We have instances of that in a few places in the New Testament, and this looks like it's probably one of those. The arguments are a lot harder to make for an instance like this than they are for saying, like for example, lots and lots of places. You've got like one manuscript says one thing, one says another thing, and you got to figure out which thing is the original thing. Well, there you got manuscripts saying different things, and so somebody's changed it. In this case, the burden of proof is a lot higher. If all the manuscripts have it, then you have to say, well, it got changed before any of our manuscripts got produced. Well, I mean, our first our first manuscripts of this passage are hundreds of years after the thing was written, but even so, it'd be pretty early. So you have to have a really high burden of proof. But this is one of, I think, maybe two places in the entire New Testament where I think probably it's right that this was interpolated, because the verses are really problematic.
Doesn't that verse in 1 Corinthians 14 that you just mentioned appear in different places in the same manuscripts of 1 Corinthians 14?
This is the very slim textual argument, is that they are in every manuscript, but in one part of the manuscript tradition, a small part of the manuscript tradition, they occur after verse 40 rather than where they normally occur. And so Gordon Fee, who is a very fine textual critic and was not a liberal scholar at all, he was actually Pentecostal. And he'd go from a very serious, hardcore, scholarly, academic meeting on the New Testament to go off and do a tent revival. Literally, he would. He was in both worlds. He wrote a commentary in 1 Corinthians where he argued that because these verses are relocated in a couple of the manuscripts, that shows that originally they may have been a marginal note by a scribe saying women are not supposed to teach in church, based in part on this thing in 1 Timothy, and that most scribes stuck it in one place and other scribes stuck it in a different place, and that would be used as kind of textual evidence that it might have not have been original. So for me, it was always really interesting because Gordon, who was a friend of mine, he passed away last year. He was a very conservative Christian who argued that this passage against women in the church was not original. And there's another very fine scholar who argued, a feminist scholar who argued that in fact these verses were original. The feminist arguing. So I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. It's women prophetesses in Corinth. Bernadette Bruton. Bernadette Bruton argued that, who's also a fine scholar, argued they were original. You think it'd be the other way around, right? The feminists would say, yeah, they aren't original, but no, it's just the other way around.
It's the confirmation biases.
Maybe it shows that there's hope for scholarship, like you
Fascinating.
Got another super chat. Welsh Backgammon, thank you for your super chat. To all of you, which non-extant New Testament era book would you most love to be really discovered? I think letters to Paul would tell a fascinating story.
I'll start. I get asked this a lot, and I have so many options. It's like, what's your favorite movie? I mean, it's like, what's your favorite Beatles song? Oh my God, I've got 12 of them. So I would love to have Q. If it existed, I would love to have that.
Professor Goodacre would argue with us and say it didn't even exist.
I know. Me and Mark, and I could go over to Mark's house and say, "Hey, Mark, look at this."
Here's
Mark, as you know, Mark's my colleague at Duke, and so we're friends. And so I'd love to have that. I would love to have Marcion's antitheses. I would love to. I mean, there are a whole range of things I'd love to have. But the thing about letters, I would love to have letters to Paul. That would be great. But the other thing to point out that people haven't thought about very much is Paul must have written masses of letters that we don't have. I mean, just think about it. If Paul was converted, say he's converted around 33 or so, his ministry would have lasted about 30 years. He started right off the bat. And he had a lot of churches. I don't know how many churches he had, but he at least had 20 churches that he founded, probably more than that. And judging from how many times he appears to have written to Corinth and Philippi, and it appears that probably. So how many letters did he write? Suppose he just wrote two letters a year to each of his churches for 30 years. Well, if there are, say, 20 churches, 2 a year, it'd be 40 times 30. That's 1,200 letters. We have 7.
But even if there are only a quarter of those, there are hundreds of letters that are missing.
Oh, I think there must have been more than 20 churches. And there are hundreds and hundreds of letters missing. And, people didn't save them. They just thought they were letters. And so whoa, I'd like to find some of those.
Yeah. There are surely many, many more Pauline letters than we have.
Oh, gotta be.
And to Paul. Or how about an original first edition of Josephus's Antiquities?
Yeah, well, yeah. No, first editions would be nice of most of these things. I'd like to find a first edition of the Gospel of Luke. I don't think it had the first 2 chapters. So,
The
yeah,
logo stuff seems pretty advanced philosophically, but
yeah, yeah.
right.
It's a lot of stuff that's there that doesn't seem like it fits. So, but that's another story. So,
But I like to circle back to the bishop
oh,
and
yeah.
deacons in the pastorals. Doesn't the beginning of doesn't the beginning of the Epistle to the Philippians? I know
Mhm.
that scholars think it's probably a composite letter. It's probably like 3 different letters that's been spliced into one.
Yeah.
Uh, but doesn't the beginning of it say something about deacons? And some
Yeah.
translations even go as far as saying bishops. Like,
It
what do
says
you think
both.
of that?
So
Yeah.
it's Paul's writing to the church in Philippi, and everybody thinks this is probably an authentic letter. And some people think Philippians is just one letter. It looks like it's got to be at least 2 and maybe 3 for complicated reasons. But um, but he starts off by saying that he's addressing it to the church in Philippi, and it's overseers and deacons, as it's translated sometimes, bishops and deacons. It's episkopoi and diakonoi. Uh, Episkopoi is where we get episcopal from. Episcopacy means one who looks over, and so the leader of the church is one who's looking over the church. So it becomes the word bishop. It's clear that Philippi had people that are called bishops and deacons. That's completely right. There's nothing to indicate that they have authority to solve the church's problems, or that they're given, that they're controlling the church or in charge of the church. So it's not clear what they're doing or who they are. When you get to the pastoral epistles, it's very different, because there the bishops are making the decisions in the church. There are regulations about who can be the bishop, who can't be bishops. Same with deacons. You got regulations. These are the people calling the shots. And so there's nothing like that in Philippians. But it's clear that there's something like, developed, kind of maybe a nucleus, something starting already by the time Paul writes Philippians.
Could this put Philippians at the later end of the dates of the authentic letters?
Yeah, might think so. Yeah, the thing with Philippians is that one reason for thinking that it's 2 letters is that it's part of the letter. Well, the tone changes rather radically in the middle of it, from being a letter of kind of joyful happiness with these people to being really kind of ticked off at them, and there's this. He talks about this companion of his named Epaphroditus that they were worried about, and that now that who got very sick and almost died. Word got back to them, and then Paul found out they had gotten word, so he writes them to get back. And in part of this letter, it looks like there's been a lot of back and forths, and it doesn't really tie in well with the first part of the letter. So it looks like you got 2 letters, one earlier and one later. Yeah. So, but it's hard to know. It's hard to know how to date these things, really. Yeah. I have friends. I have friends who, like Mark Goodacre's friend over his colleague over at Duke. Richard. Sorry, it's been a long day already. Has written a book on Pauline chronology. So you have these people who write these Pauline chronologies, where they basically tell you where Paul was on April, 53, year 53, where he was in April. I mean, not quite that detailed, but they're very. Douglas Campbell is my longtime friend and colleague, but Douglas Campbell. And so I'm not a chronology guy, but I can tell you that the chronology stuff is really complicated when it comes to figuring out when Paul wrote what when.
Super chat. Evangelicals never lie. Thank you for your super chat. I don't have a question at the moment without going Old Testament. Just buying you guys a pizza. 3 great scholars unafraid to dissect all the biblical claims and contradictions. Well, thank you for your super chat.
Okay, well, for another 20 quid, throw in the Old Testament for us. We can do that.
Well, I'm deeply flattered that you would even say great scholars in the presence of Bart Ehrman and myself. I happen to admire Professor Ehrman very, very highly, and
Same here.
I wouldn't say that I was in his same category. at all. As I was telling him before the interview, if you're a lay person not familiar with the details of these arguments, he's written some of the best introductions, probably the best introductions for someone who wants to understand these arguments and doesn't have the background, say, that professor at the Princeton Theological Seminary might have. Jesus Interrupted and this book, Forged, would be two books that I would highly recommend to people who are just getting into the subject and want to be introduced to the basic issues here. But I'm no Bart Ehrman, but thank you.
And you can be glad.
Nice
If you knew the rest of my life.
But thanks again for that super chat. Yeah, I want to circle back to Philippians again, because I know that there's a minority group of scholars, very few scholars, that are questioning the authenticity of Philippians. And I think it's because the beginning of it is one of the reasons, but I think there are other reasons that they are. I don't remember what they are precisely, but there are other reasons that they claim that they're having a little bit of issue with Philippians. Could you talk about that?
I'm not familiar with that. I mean, there are scholars who question everything. I have a former PhD student of mine named Ben White, who teaches at Clemson, has for a long time been working on a book that challenges the kind of criteria that are used to establish what's authentic and inauthentic in Paul. And he thinks that you can direct some of these arguments that are used, say, to show why First Timothy wasn't written by Paul, to show why some accepted letter wasn't written by Paul, and so it's never a done deal with scholarship. If there was a done deal with scholarship, nobody'd have anything to write about. And so one problem with that is that it means that any kind of thing that basically everybody agrees on, the way you make a name for yourself is to disagree with it. And then, get people on your side. And that's okay. I mean, it does mean, though, like if you hang around the industry long enough, you just see the pendulum swinging back and forth. First they think this, then they think this. So when I was in graduate school, I mean, not so much with the Pauline letters, but when I was in graduate school, for example, just the common orthodoxy was that Matthew, Mark, and Luke were not used by John. Just that's the common view. Everybody had that, and now, like, everybody's changing that view. So, okay, change the view.
Between Mark and John and Matthew and John is now right.
Yeah, that's right. And and the orthodoxy was always that the book of Acts was written in 80 or 85. And now there are a lot of scholars arguing, no, it was written in the year 120. And so, things change within scholarship, even when you're dealing with things 2,000 years old. That can be a healthy thing. It can also mean that you can just, now on the internet, you can just make up some crazy thing and write it out there, and you'll have 1,000 people who agree with you, just on principle.
But the truth is, though, that each one of these, although we were talking about a consensus, and with the pseudo-epigrapha, there is a pretty widespread consensus. But, once you dig into this, you can find that each one of these Pauline letters has proponents and opponents on each side.
That's right. Yeah. So we call the 7 the undisputed Pauline letters, but it's a misnomer because what is undisputed in our world, and nothing's undisputed about Paul. So, I mean, I had a debate. Actually, Jacob, you may have heard this debate. I don't know, Jim, if you did, but I did this debate with Robert Price.
I remember that. Yes.
Yeah, and we had this debate about whether Jesus existed, and I was using one of the standard arguments that Paul knew his brother, and it's kind of hard to imagine Jesus not existing and his brother not knowing about it. You would think that's something his brother would know, and it's found in the book of Galatians. And Robert, on stage said, "Well, I don't think Paul wrote Galatians." And I just started laughing. I couldn't stop. I mean, it was very I shouldn't have done that. And I had to apologize to him later. I just thought, wow, okay, that's one way to deal with an argument. It's not that you reinterpret it to explain how Paul could mean brother, but not really mean like physical brother, but to say, well, Paul didn't write Galatians. That, that would take a lot of arguing. If you don't think Paul wrote Galatians. Well,
right.
But, people think, people have ideas.
Well, it just seems to me, if I can just make a parenthetical comment here, it seems to me that the much stronger case for historical Jesus is we have a crucifixion under Pilate, and unless I have a causal explanation for why someone would make up that fact,
Yeah.
he was crucified under Pilate, or Paul surely believes in an earthly, he was born of a woman of the seed of David. I mean, stressing that he was an earthly
Yeah.
person. And then you have Josephus confirming that there was this James figure talked about in Galatians who appears to be the brother of Jesus. When you put that together, it just seems to me that historicism has the much stronger argument.
I didn't even start hearing the word historicism until recently. It's like, historicism. There's a name for this? It's like, say, what? There's a name for what everybody thinks? Wait. It's like people who believe that there's an atmosphere. Is there a name for people who believe in an atmosphere? Oh, you're an atmospherist.
Who read books like yours? But you have convinced many of my friends to whom I've recommended your books that there's a great deal of mythologizing going on in the New Testament as well. They've learned that from your books.
No, there's no doubt. No, but the mythicists are saying that Jesus, you say that Jesus himself is a myth. I mean, we have a lot of made up stories about Abraham Lincoln. Doesn't mean he didn't exist. I mean, man, we have made up stories about Barack Obama. They were made up while he was still in the White House, and stuff was made up. And it's like, so the fact that you have made up stories doesn't mean he didn't exist. I mean, to their discomfort, he did exist. So I think you have to differentiate between the questions of whether you have lots of legendary material versus did the guy exist or not? Yeah, he existed.
I want to get into Simon Magus, because in Forged, you mentioned that in the Clementine homilies, the Clementine romances, it seemed to you that Simon Magus is basically a repurposing of Paul, because Simon Magus is mirroring Paul's argument with Peter, and the name Simon Magus is a double of Simon Peter. So do you think that the Clementine tradition is taking the Simon Magus from Acts and then rewriting the character to mirror Paul?
Yeah, there's this dude who's arguing with Simon Peter, and could it be that Simon Magus is becoming the alter ego of Paul and being the heavy in that argument in the Clementine recognitions?
Yeah, it's a good question, and there are a lot of debates about. I mean, there are not a lot of debates about the pseudo Clementines because there's not a lot of people study them, but there are debates about the Simon Magus figure in the pseudo Clementines. For people who don't know. You've mentioned the recognitions and the homilies. These are two long books, narratives, that are focused on Clement of Rome. This figure I mentioned earlier, the book of First Clement, was allegedly written by this person, and so Clement of Rome was one of the early bishops of Rome, depending on how you count, the third or the fourth bishop of Rome. Bishops of Rome, of course, later came to be known as the Pope, and so this would be one of the early popes, living at the end of the first century. And after his death, there started circulating stories about him that he had been converted by the Apostle Peter, and that he had accompanied Peter on many of his trips. And so the pseudo Clementines are the homilies, and the recognitions, as they're called, are two versions of an older story about the relationship of Peter and Clement. And it's a lot of it is about Peter's life and ministry as Clement observes it, traveling with him. And one of the figures in these adventures is Simon Magus, this figure named in the book of Acts. The word Magus, people are familiar with the word magi, the wise men. Magus is the singular of that. And it's related to our word magician. They're usually understood to be people who are astrologers, for example, people who kind of study magic. And so Simon Magus in the book of Acts wants to acquire the power of the apostles and is willing to pay them for it. And they're offended by this, as if you can get the Spirit of God by shelling out. And so he's portrayed as kind of an opponent of the apostles. After the New Testament period, he becomes a figure who's thought of as an apostolic opponent, especially an opponent of Peter. And so in the pseudo Clementines, he is an opponent. And in other Petrine books, such as the Acts of Peter, which is not related to the Pseudo-Clementines. The question the Pseudo-Clementines has been, the thing that's debated, is whether Simon Magus is being portrayed as a Paul figure, whether he's using it as a nickname for Paul, or attributing Paul's ideas and views to Simon Magus. And that it may be right. I occasionally think so. Apparently, when I wrote my book, I thought so. I don't remember just now. But the thing is that Peter's enemy in the Pseudo-Clementines, in another place, clearly is Paul. It's not in the recognitions or the homilies. There's a letter, again, allegedly written by Peter, so it's a forgery. Nobody thinks this one's authentic either. So in addition to 1st and 2nd Peter in the New Testament, you get one in the Pseudo-Clementines, the beginning of the homilies, which is sent to James, the brother of Jesus, the head of the church in Jerusalem. And in this letter, Peter says that he wants James to protect his teachings because people are going to change them and corrupt them, and he wants to make sure that he protects them, and he only gives his writings to people that he can trust because he doesn't want people to manipulate these things. And then he speaks about people who are his enemies, and he names one in particular. Doesn't name him. He says that some people are saying that he, Peter, preaches a lawless gospel to the Gentiles. So a Christian preaching to the Gentiles that does not involve the law. That sounds like Paul. And Peter says, the person who does this man is my enemy. Whoa. And so there it's pretty clearly that Paul's the enemy, but he's not named. And so this was a book written by somebody who had the idea that Christianity is to remain a Jewish phenomenon, that followers of Jesus are to keep the Jewish law, and you get aspects of that throughout these long books of the Pseudo-Clementines. And so the question is whether Simon Magus is to be the Pauline figure or not. Some people think so. Other people think that, in fact, Simon Magus is just the cipher for anybody who's an enemy of the truth, and not particularly Paul.
When you look at these different traditions, like the correspondence between the brief correspondence between Peter and James and the Clementine tradition, or the Apocalypse of Peter, the Acts of Peter, the Acts of Paul and Thecla, all these fake biographies, fake letters are going around. Are these different Christian communities that are trying to backdate their specific theology to these New Testament figures?
That's a good question. So in terms of these particular books, some of them are forgeries where they're claiming to be, someone they're not. The Apocalypse of Peter. We actually have 3 Apocalypses of Peter, as it turns out. One of them nobody reads because it's in Arabic and it's much later. But there's one that's in Greek and there's one that's in Coptic, and the Greek one almost made it into the New Testament. There were debates about it into the 4th century about whether it should be included in Scripture by people who thought Peter really wrote it, and it claims to be written by Peter. Peter absolutely did not write it. It had to be written about 70 years or so, 80 years after Peter had died. We have reasons for knowing that. But then we also have a Coptic Apocalypse of Peter. Jim, you mentioned the Nag Hammadi Library. This is this Gnostic Apocalypse of Peter that's really, really interesting and really weird. Well, okay, we can talk about it later if we want to. Anyway, so you have these books claim to be written by Peter, but other ones like the Acts of Peter the Acts of Peter does not claim to be written by Peter. So it would be like a fabrication of stories, but it wouldn't be what I'm calling a forgery. Okay. In both cases, you are having authors who are trying to show that the views that they hold were views that were held back in the apostolic times, specifically by Peter. And so what you have is, I like the term you use, backdating. A part of it is they are backdating the tradition, their views back into the earliest period. And they're also using apostolic authority so that Peter stands behind these views. That's why you have so many books connected with Peter, is because he was Jesus' right-hand man. And so naturally, if you've got some view that you want to authorize, you claim Peter wrote the book. And so there's a very close relationship between author and authority. The author provides authority to the book, and so that's why they want to make these claims.
What do you make of the infancy narrative of James?
Oh, I think it's great. I love it. And so it goes by different titles. The earliest title is just called the Book of James, as it turns out. But eventually, it got a lot of titles over the centuries. When it was first published in Latin, I don't know, the 18th century, it was the preface, everything else was in Latin, and it was called, in other words, the person who did this edition, but he called it the Protoevangelium Jacobi, which is the proto-gospel of James. And it was called a proto-gospel because most of its action takes place before the gospel stories of the New Testament. It's really more about why Mary was chosen to be the one to bear the Son of God. And so it's about Mary's miraculous birth, not by a virgin, but she has a miraculous birth. And and it tells her story about how she ends up getting pregnant, and how, and her and Joseph, and why Joseph gets selected to be her husband as an old man. And it's a terrific, terrific story that includes some very bizarre scenes. My favorite of which is Mary. So in timeout. So in the New Testament, you actually do not have a virgin birth. What you have in the New Testament is a virginal conception. Mary is a virgin when she conceives, but there's nothing about whether she's a virgin at birth. In the ancient world, when a woman gave birth, not just in the ancient world, in the modern world too, a woman's hymen breaks. And in the ancient world, a virgin birth would be if the woman was still intact after giving birth. So she'd be virginally conceived, but also the child would be virginally born. There's nothing in the New Testament about Mary's physical state after Jesus' birth, but there is in the proto-gospel of James. Joseph has gone off to find a midwife. They're getting near Bethlehem on their trip, and Mary goes into labor, and he has to find someplace to, so she could do it in private. And he finds his cave. He takes her into this cave, and he leaves her with one of his adult sons to watch over. And he runs off to find a midwife because he doesn't want to deliver this thing. And so he runs off and gets a midwife, finds a midwife, brings the midwife back, and says, she says, "Is this your wife in this cave?" No, she's Mary, but she got pregnant by the Holy Spirit. What? No, I don't believe that. And he said, "No, really, she got pregnant by the Holy Spirit."
Oh, really?
So trust me. And so they go back. So they go back to the cave, and the cave is shining so brightly they can't even see inside of it. And then the brightness disappears and the cloud dissipates, and they can see into the cave. There's Mary, and there's the baby who walks over to her and takes her breast and starts nursing. And so the midwife says, "Oh my God, it is a miracle." She runs off and finds a friend, and her friend is named Salome. And she finds a friend who's apparently also a midwife. And she says, "Salome, you won't believe this. A virgin has given birth." Salome says, "I'm not going to believe it." "No, really." Salome says, "I won't believe it unless I give her an internal exam." And so, okay. And so they go back to the cave, and the midwife says to Mary, "Okay, brace yourself. There's some controversy here." And Salome gives her an internal exam and realizes, oh my God, she is a virgin. And then, because she's disbelieved the miracle, her hand starts burning, and she prays to God to heal her hand. And God tells her to pick up the child. And she picks up the infant Jesus, and so it's his first miracle. He heals her hand. Man, you wish this one made it into the New Testament. but it is definitely so. The text as we have it claims to be written by James, which would be James, the brother of Jesus, and it absolutely was not written by James, the brother of Jesus. So. Yeah. So if that claim goes back to the original version of this, then it would be another forgery.
Does it seem to you that this proto-evangelion of James is trying to build on the virginal conception of Jesus that we see in the New Testament, as basically elaborating on it further?
Yeah, what happens is that it gets elaborated in a lot of ways. The idea that Jesus was conceived of a virgin. In the account of the virginal conception is found only in Matthew and Luke in the New Testament. So it's not mentioned in the other two Gospels, and it's not mentioned in Paul or anywhere else. And so it obviously wasn't a huge doctrine for the earliest Christians, even though it became a huge doctrine later. But and Matthew and Luke have Jesus conceived of a virgin for two different reasons. In Matthew, it's to fulfill the prophecy of Isaiah 7:14. That's why he has to be conceived of a virgin, because Isaiah predicted it. In Luke, he has to be conceived of a virgin because he really is the Son of God. And so God got her pregnant. And so it's more of a literal, he really is the Son of God because of this. And that's all you hear about anything about virginal conception or birth or anything like that in the New Testament. Eventually, people started expanding this idea. One expansion was what we just saw, is that not only did Mary conceive as a virgin, she gave birth as a virgin. They eventually developed the idea that she was perpetually a virgin. In the New Testament, Jesus is said to have brothers and sisters, but in several passages. But the idea developed that, in fact, Mary never had sex. And so that's why you start having claims that James and the other brothers aren't actual brothers. They're children of Joseph from a previous marriage. That's what you get in the Proto-Evangelium Jacobi, that these are Joseph's adult children. But then also later, by the time you get to Jerome, which I think, Jim, you mentioned earlier, Jerome thought that, Mary, of course, didn't have sex. She was pure her whole life, so she couldn't have sex. But Joseph was a saint too. He couldn't have had sex either. That means these cannot be children of a previous marriage, because Joseph never would have had sex. He's a saint. And so he developed the idea that is still the most popular idea in Catholic circles, that these brothers are actually cousins, that they're not brothers, they're cousins. But one other thing I have to say, because everybody gets this one wrong, which is that the other concept related to this is the Immaculate Conception.
Well, that's Mary, right?
That's Mary. This is when Protestants get wrong. Protestants think that's just the virgin birth, right? No, it ain't the virgin birth. And it's not, the Immaculate Conception is not found in the Proto-Evangelium. It develops later. But the idea with the Immaculate Conception is not that her mother was a virgin. Her mother, Anna, was not a virgin. She's been having sex for a long time and trying to have a baby. What happens in the Immaculate Conception is that God works a miracle, that when Anna conceives, the child that is born of her does not inherit her sin nature. So Mary is not born with a sin nature. That's important, because even if Joseph isn't the father, if Mary's the mother, she'll pass on the sin nature to Jesus. But Jesus can't have a sin nature, so Mary can't have one. So she's immaculately conceived. It's through sex, but she's not given the sin nature. And so these are four different things: the virginal conception, the virgin birth, the perpetual virginity, and the Immaculate Conception. And Protestants have a heck of a time with that.
These ideas seem to have taken time to have developed.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't really, known to Paul or his generation. These developed slowly over the next couple of 4 centuries, these ideas.
Yeah. Well, Paul doesn't even seem to know about a virginal conception. I mean, he says, the only time Paul mentions Jesus' birth is this strange passage. One of you mentioned it. I think, Jim, maybe you mentioned it a second ago, Galatians 4 forward. Paul says that Jesus was born of a woman. Like, born of a woman. What option does he have exactly? What do you mean, born of a woman? What? Why are you saying this? So that's an interesting question. But he doesn't say born of a virgin, for example, or anything. So it's not clear at all that Paul knew anything about a virgin birth. And you're right, Jim. I mean, these ideas develop over time as theology develops.
Well, similarly, Paul says Jesus was buried, but he doesn't make any hoopla about an empty tomb. Whereas as the Gospels develop, it appears that the resurrection stories get more and more and more complex and advanced, and they're more and more and more stressing the physical resurrection in the empty tomb.
That's right, and so Paul, you're right. Paul mentions visions that people saw Jesus, according to Paul. He himself did, but nothing about an empty tomb. When you get to the Gospels, the interesting thing is the earliest Gospel has an empty tomb, but no appearances of Jesus. Now, Mark in Mark, Jesus is raised from the dead, but nobody sees him.
And
And
they just went away afraid at the end of the
the women for right, don't tell anybody.
just don't tell, right?
That's helpful.
Helpful.
Thanks.
It's as if
You
they're
could-
explaining why it wasn't widely known at first.
Yeah, probably so. And it's, it's too bad because look, you could have started Christianity if you just tell somebody.
Good
What are they
point.
thinking?
What do you make of the other forgery, the Gospel of Peter in particular? I know that some scholars, not many, but mainly John Dominic Crossan tries to suggest that the Gospel of Peter goes back, not the Gospel itself, but a source, the cross Gospel, he calls it.
Yeah.
And I did a video with him about that last year. And he thinks that this cross Gospel is a source for the Synoptic Gospels and also the Gospel of John, and that it provided information to all four of them, including to Peter's Gospel. What do you make of that?
So Dom Crossan is a really, really smart guy and very interesting, and he knows everything. He's great. And so I used to like it when I would be interviewed for a television program and they would also interview Dom, because then when they show me saying something, Dom saying something, I seem so conservative. Like, I'm not radical at all. Listen to that guy. So Dom has this very, very large book, The Cross That Spoke, that makes this argument. And you're right. He does not argue that the Gospel of Peter is prior to the other Gospels, but he thinks that Peter and the others are all based on something that he calls the cross Gospel, and that Peter represents it better than the others, so that in effect, if you want the earliest source, you have to analyze the source of the Gospel of Peter. When Dom has made a career out of arguing that sources that most scholars date later are earlier. He early dates sources that most scholars think are later, and he kind of needs to do that because his portrayal of Jesus is a portrayal of Jesus not found in our earliest sources. And so one way around that is to predate other sources. And so, for example, you might predate what's going on in the Gospel of Thomas before what you find in the Gospel of Mark. And if you say, well, Thomas was written before, or the basic stuff was before, then, okay, you solve the problem. Part of the problem is that our earliest sources, if you divide up the sources of the synoptics, you have Mark and you have this Q source that if it existed, that most people still think existed, that was used by Matthew and Luke. And Matthew had his own sources; they call him L, and Luke has his own sources, call him L, M and L. So you have Mark, Q, M, and L, and then you got Matthew, Mark, and Luke. You got all these things. So what is that? 7. You got 7 of these things that are interrelated in various ways, but also independent in various ways. And all of them, if you want to know whether Jesus was preaching an apocalyptic message, all of these sources say so. So if you don't think Jesus was an apocalypticist, you better redate some sources because otherwise you're burned. And so I don't think that so the cross gospel is kind of different though, because it's not the preaching of Jesus. It's an account of the trial and death and resurrection of Jesus. It is a very clever argument that he makes, and I've never found it convincing. And there really aren't very many scholars that I know of who have. I know that Paul Marecki found it convincing, and I'm sure there are others, but I just don't know of them. It takes a whole lot, because the Gospel of Peter is in most people's opinion knows Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and seems to cite each one of them, and the elements in the distinctive elements of the Gospel of Peter are it's heightened anti-Judaism, which is much more stressed even than Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which is saying something. So the 2 points are it's heightened anti-Judaism and it's heightened Jesus. Jesus, remember, this is the one where Jesus comes out of the tomb as tall as a mountain, right? And the cross comes behind him, and a voice asks, have you preached to those who are asleep? And the cross says, yes. That's clearly, I mean, of course, the Gospels have legendary stuff, but this is beyond anything you get in the resurrection narratives in the Gospels. That's usually thought to be an indication that it's later, as is the heightened Judaism, as the apparent use of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. So I don't find that part convincing.
How do you respond when you point out that much of this early Christian literature does appear on the face of it to be forged, to be claiming to be written by someone it almost certainly was not written by? People have responded to me, well, that sounds conspiracy theory like, oh, you're claiming that this person made this all up, this person made that all up. How would you respond to the conspiracy theory response to claiming that much of this literature is forged?
Well, that's interesting. I have never in my life, I know, I've been accused of being a conspiracist. I am so somebody
intentional fraud.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, no, I have a rabbi between just this afternoon. I got a cartoon from a rabbi friend of mine that was a minister preaching at a funeral service, and the fellow's laid out in the casket in front of him, and he's up in his pulpit preaching. He says, "So now we have, now, brothers and sisters, we have one less conspiracy theorist in the world." Then he says, "Or do we?"
Or do we?
So I tell you, I am not a conspiracy theory guy. Conspiracy theories drive me crazy.
You distinguish and say an overt intentional fraud from a wahaha conspiracy in the smoke
Well,
filled.
what I'd say is that I try to be a historian, and I don't try to go with whatever view seems like sexy and weird and able to get big following, and that requires belief without evidence. So I'm very much into evidence, and I think that wherever the evidence goes, I'm willing to go. With the New Testament, I mean, in particular, I'm not a Christian. I don't have any personal vested interest in whether Paul wrote 2 Timothy or not. I mean, that'd be, if he did, that'd be great. It'd mean we'd have to reconsider like what Paul really thought. But it's not, so I don't have any really ulterior motives in terms of trying to disprove or prove anything. And the kind of things that I talk about in my book, Forged, virtually all of that is stuff that I could have heard at Princeton Theological Seminary, training to be a Presbyterian minister. People certainly thought that there were only 7 letters that Paul wrote. When I took my introduction to the New Testament class, taught by a New Testament theologian, when he gave, I was an evangelical Christian at the time. When he gave his lecture on Ephesians, he spent the entire time talking about how Ephesians had completely corrupted Paul's theology. And so it wasn't just that it wasn't written by Paul. It was like it was a travesty of the Christian tradition. This was a New Testament theologian. So this is just, and he wasn't a conspiracy theorist. I think it's pretty easy just to label that chart. I think what you do is you just ask people, look at the evidence. And if you don't think so, that's fine. But you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist when you realize that there are lots of forgeries in early Christianity that nobody doubts. And so to say that, 1 Peter's one of them isn't particularly crazy. I mean, you have to look to see if it is.
Right. And the evidence, if we're scientific historians, the evidence is what should lead us there.
You look at evidence. You don't just, make wild claims that have no basis so that somebody will believe you.
Yes, sir.
I want to shift to the Epistle of James. And there are different scholars that take different positions on how to look at that. The letter of James does not outright claim it was written by Jesus' brother, but it just says it was written by somebody called James. Now, some interpret it as saying, well, it's kind of hinting that it was written by Jesus' brother without outright saying it. Others will say, well, it's just a different James. And others will say, it's a forgery because it's claiming to be written by James. And then others will say, it is partly authentic, but it's also partly forged.
Well, part of the argument is based, if I could just add a little to the question.
Sure.
In Paul's argument in Galatians with James and Cephas, it does seem to be over the role of the law, And in the epistle ascribed to James, it seems to stress that we can't vary from the law at all. And so there seem to be thematic reasons to associate it with the James of Galatians, although James was a really common name uh, among, especially in this period, if our sources are any indication, among Jews in the Roman period. So it's an extremely common name. We have multiple Jameses associated with Christianity. It's just that there's this thematic association. Now, I know there's a lot of criticism about the include. I mean, Martin Luther thought that the Epistle of James shouldn't even be included. So there's been a bunch of controversy about that. But what's your take on that?
These are all really good and I think very, very serious and important points. The issue with so both of the points you just raised, Jim, about the name and the clear kind of Pauline, anti-Pauline allusions are important, I think. The first thing to say is that James, you're right, James was a very common name. And this is what makes it suspicious in this case. Because normally, if you have a common name, you identify which one you are. So which James are you? You give some kind of indication, unless the audience knows perfectly well who you are, but he's not writing to a local church. He's writing to the 12 tribes of Israel, he says, and which means that he's writing to people dispersed throughout the world. And so he's not writing a specific letter to a specific group, but he doesn't indicate why. He just calls himself James. And that's
Right.
normally taken to mean that he means he's that James, that he wants you to think he's that James. And that sounds plausible to me. Nobody would think he's James, the disciple of Jesus, for example, because that person, in the tradition at least, was martyred early. And so
Right.
he wouldn't be alive. And
Right.
so there aren't any other Jameses who were kind of, so I think he's probably claiming to be that James. But then the question is, well, but it does sound like maybe it's kind of related to this controversy in Galatia. And I would say that it absolutely is related to it, because I think this is an author who wants to take on the views of the Pauline tradition, and that in fact he appears to be familiar with Galatians. There are passages where it's quite clear, if he's not familiar with Galatians, he's familiar with the argument of Galatians, whether it comes from Galatians or not. But they both use. So Paul wants to say that a person is justified by faith without doing any works of the law. James wants to argue that a person is justified by faith, by works, not by faith alone. That sounds like the opposite. Martin Luther thought it was the opposite. Martin Luther said that, if somebody can reconcile these two, he'll eat his hat. He'll take off his hat and eat it. So there seem to be, and so they argue the opposite, but they both use Abraham as the example to prove their view, and they both quote Genesis chapter 15, verse 6, to prove whether it's faith or works. And so this author knows something about either Galatians or about how Paul was arguing. But this is the curveball that I threw in when I wrote my books, which is that as I had studied this, I wasn't sure going in when I started doing serious research on this stuff back in the mid 2007 or something. I wasn't sure about the book of James. I thought maybe, I didn't think it was written by the brother of Jesus, but I thought that maybe it's just some guy named James. I had a fairly open mind about it, but then looked into it. And one thing that really struck me as interesting is that I hadn't realized before. When James and Paul talk about whether a person's saved by faith or works, James means something very different by both faith and works from what Paul means. And this, for me, was a key. When Paul uses the word faith, he's referring to a relationship of trust. I've said this earlier, that you trust Christ's death for your salvation. You trust that God will fulfill his promises. It's a trust. In James, faith isn't trust. Faith is what you know. And you can see this in the passage in chapter 2 where James says that, faith isn't enough. Even the demons believe.
Believe.
It's the same word as the faith. It's the pistis word, the pistuo. Even the demons believe and shudder. And so they believe. It doesn't mean they trust God. It means they have the knowledge. They know there's only one God, but it doesn't do them any good. And so that's what faith means for him. It means an intellectual assent to a proposition. which is what many people say today. Yeah, I don't believe that. It means you don't agree with the proposition. Let me clarify for people who don't understand this. The word faith in English and the word believe and belief in English are both translating the same Greek word. In Greek, pistis is faith and pistuo is believe. It just comes into English as different words because we have a noun for faith, but we don't have a verb for faith. You can't faith something. And so they have to use believe and faith, but it's the same word. So faith is different in James and Paul, but also the more interesting thing, this is the one I really didn't realize before, is that when James is talking about works, he's talking about being a good person, doing good things.
Not the law of Moses letter.
Not the law of Moses.
Okay.
Not the works of the law.
Got it.
Paul attacks the works of the law, thinking the works of the law matter for salvation. James attacks doing good things, not doing good things for salvation. Well, if he's really talking about Paul, he's talking about a straw man, because Paul would never deny you're going to do good things.
Yeah, he lists vices and virtues. He wants us to.
Oh my God. A third, in each of his letters, somewhere between a half and a third are all about how you have to behave ethically. So, but this is not contrary to Paul.
Right.
But it is contrary to the letter to the Ephesians. Because in the letter to the Ephesians, I said there are things that are different in Ephesians from Paul. This works business, I think I mentioned this. In Paul, it's doing the works of the Jewish law. In Ephesians, it's being a good person won't save you. James is arguing against the view of Ephesians. And so that's why in my book, I call James a counter forgery. And I mean something technical by that. It's a forgery that's directed against a forgery. So Ephesians is a forgery, which I try to show, and James is countering this forgery of Ephesians.
A battle of the forgeries.
Yeah, right.
Fascinating.
I like to shift to the 3 epistles of John. And I know that some scholars will put them in a different order because some think that 2nd John or even 3rd John is earlier than 1st John. What do you make about these 3 letters of John? Were any of them written by the same person that wrote the Gospel of John, or different author, or were the 3 letters of John written by the same person or different persons?
Let me tell you what I've thought for the last 20 years, and then tell you what my colleague is trying to convince me of, because it's relevant to the forgery issue. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John are arranged in the New Testament according to length. They are usually thought to have been written in that sequence, but there's no reason they had to be. They're just lined up by length. It has, my view for a long time was that whoever wrote 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John was part of the community of the author who wrote the Gospel of John, but a different person, who was influenced by that theology, a very similar theology, but confronting a different situation that accrued later in the history of the church, the Johannine community. So that my view was that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John written by the same person, but somebody who has similarities to the author of John, but not the same person. And I had reason for thinking that's been a standard view for a long time. There are lots of views, as you pointed out. You could say they're all 3 written by different. You could say 2 of them are written by the same. One's different. All views are possible. So I have a colleague at UNC Chapel Hill named Hugo Mendez, who is a New Testament scholar. He's a very erudite and wide-ranging scholar. He's early in his career. He's just published his first book with Oxford, which is not on the New Testament. It's on the development of the cult of Stephen in Jerusalem in the 4th and 5th centuries. So Stephen cult, and Stephen became the kind of the local, the patron saint, the patron martyr of Jerusalem. And he traces that. And so he wasn't even dealing, and his PhD, by the way, is in linguistics, having nothing to do with the New Testament. And so his PhD in linguistics, he writes this book on Stephen in the 5th century. And now he's writing this book on the Johannine literature. And he has a startling argument. He argues, I just interviewed him on my podcast, by the way. I have a podcast called the Misquoting Jesus podcast. I just interviewed Hugo because this is so interesting. My interview with him was on whether the Gospel of John is a forgery. I've always said no. Gospel of John doesn't claim to be written by John. It's not a forgery. You can't forge something if you don't say what your name is. Hugo argues it's a forgery. He means by that whoever wrote John is claiming, in his judgment, by his interpretation, is claiming to be Jesus' close disciple, the beloved disciple. That he's claiming that, and he wasn't the close disciple, wasn't the beloved disciple, and so it's a forgery. But he goes beyond that. He thinks that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John were written by 2 or 3 authors, and that 1st John is a forgery by somebody who wants you to think that he's the author of the Gospel of John, and that 2nd John is forgery wanting you to think that he's the author of 1st John, and 3rd John is a forgery claiming he wants you to be the author of 1st and 2nd John, and it's a string of forgeries, and that it's a forging tradition. And man, he's got evidence for this. It's like, whoa, I like for the first 3 or 4 years we're talking about this. Yeah, no, it just ain't right. Come on, Hugo, get over it. And boy, the more I think about it, I think he might be onto something here. And so that's his next book.
Can't wait.
Yeah,
sounds like a brilliant guy too.
He's brilliant. Yeah, he's great.
Oh, can't wait for it.
I like to shift to Luke-Acts because you mentioned that. Okay, you have this scholar here that is arguing that John actually is a forgery. Well, what about Luke-Acts? Because in the other half of Acts, it talks about the we document, what is called the we sections of Acts. And you've stated publicly that you think the author of Luke-Acts forged that, or made that up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you used the word forged, but you said
no, I do. Yeah, I think it's a forgery. I mean,
okay.
I call it I have a weird word for it, just to make everybody look askance at me. I call it I think I call it a non-pseudonymous forgery. So non-pseudonymous, by that I mean the author doesn't name himself. So he doesn't put a pseudonym on the work, but he's trying to make you think that he is somebody other than who he is. That would be what Hugo's saying about the Gospel of John. John doesn't claim to be anybody in particular, but he's trying to make you think that so he doesn't put his name on it. So it doesn't have a false name on it. So with Luke, there's nothing in Luke itself to make you think it's that the author's claiming to be anybody in particular, in my view. The book of Acts is making an authorial claim. You have these 4 passages that are the we passages, as you said. They start in chapter 16, where the author is talking about Paul and his companions on their missionary journeys, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, breaks into the first person plural pronoun, we. Then we did this, we did that. So it's Paul and his companions, Paul is doing this, Paul is doing that, Paul and his companions doing that. Then we went to, then all of a sudden the we for a while, and then it breaks off like in the middle of nowhere.
Without any explanation of putting the author into the story. It just goes from
just starts to we.
Objective narrative to a first-person direct narrative without any signaling of it.
No transition. Nothing like, then I joined up with them and we. No, it's like we. All of a sudden, and it ends that way and then begins again. It does it 4 times. And so what I used to think, and that I taught for many years, is that the author of Acts, who also wrote the Gospel of Luke, had a number of sources at his disposal. When he wrote the Gospel of Luke, he had Mark, he had Q, he had L, he had sources.
Luke tells Theophilus that he refers to earlier sources.
He says that many people have written these accounts and that he wants to write a reliable one, he says. And so, okay. And then it begins Acts a similar way. Theophilus, in my earlier book, I talked about what Jesus said and did. And so he links the 2 together. But in Acts, then all of a sudden, halfway through it, he starts using this we stuff. And it's clear. It's clear. So what I used to argue was that just as he used sources for Luke, he used sources for Acts, and that one of his sources was a travel itinerary, that he had a diary that somebody had kept, on a partial fragmentary diary that he inserted into his account at the appropriate places. And that's still, I think, a possibility, but I don't think so anymore. Again, as I started digging deep into the research, I came to realize that this is a common ploy among forgers, to not to make a big deal of it, not to claim that you are Peter, that like in 2 Peter, where Peter says, his name is Peter, and that he was on the Mount of Transfiguration. He heard the voice, and so he's not making stuff up. He's going on the voice on the Mount of Transfiguration. So he's like really going after it to make you think, oh, yeah, it must be Peter. And Acts isn't like that. It's very subtle. He says we a few times, but it's with Paul. And so he's claiming to be a travel companion of Paul. Well, who better to know about Paul's life and teachings than a travel companion? And so it's a very subtle way to do a forgery. The response that I get all the time from people who don't believe it say, look, if he wanted to be a forger, he wouldn't be that subtle. He'd come out and say it. I mean, you can't be subtle and get away. I mean, how would you? And my response is, are you kidding me? He would be more effective if he did it differently. How effective can you be? For 2,000 years, people have said this was Luke Paul's traveling companion. That's how successful he was. I mean, what more could he do to make somebody think he's a traveling companion? And so it's brilliant. So some people are more subtle than others. But I do think that
it's more persuasive than simply saying from Paul to someone. It's far more effective to say, and then we.
Yeah, because then you just assume it. You don't have to
I see.
Ask, did you just, okay, yeah, so he's with them now. Okay, yeah. So
yeah, way more powerful because you're giving eyewitness substance to your being a companion of Paul, as opposed to simply saying, I am Paul, and this is, from Paul to so-and-so.
And, yeah. So anyway, that, I don't know if Jacob, that answers your question, but I do think that, I think it acts as a
really good answer, Professor Ehrman.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm going to go back to what you were saying earlier about you think that the first 2 chapters of Luke are absent from the original version, probably were absent from the original version of the gospel. Do we have manuscripts of it where those 2 are missing, or is there more of a language reason why you think those 2 chapters were not there?
No, we absolutely have no manuscripts. No, this is a argument that's on other grounds. I'm not the first to make this argument. Of course, it's been around for a long time. There are lots of reasons for thinking that these 2 chapters did not originally belong to Luke. I didn't really dig into this much until I started writing many, many years ago. I wrote a book called The Orthodox Corruption of Scripture. And I was trying to deal with how scribes had changed their texts when they copied them in places to make their texts more orthodox so that they couldn't be used by heretics. And I wasn't arguing that Luke 1 and 2 were added onto the book, but I was dealing with this passage in chapter 3 where Jesus is baptized and the voice comes from heaven. And I was arguing that there's a manuscript divide there. And I was arguing that the oldest reading, probably the original reading, was the word that's the reading that said, the voice comes from heaven and says, "You are my son. Today I have begotten you." Okay, so Jesus becomes God's son at his baptism. But then I thought, well, how's that work in a book that has the virgin birth?
We're just told about his birth.
2 chapters earlier. And so I started thinking, and I started reading around. I realized there's a dispute about this. And I realized, there's some really interesting things about these first 2 chapters. So I'll list some of the interesting things. One thing is, if you just start with chapter 3, verse 1, you start there, ignore the first 2, just start with 3:1. It sure sounds like the beginning of a book. The author begins by saying, this took place in the days of Herod during the reign of Caesar Augustus, and he gives a dating, which normally that's how you begin a book. You date, when the events are going to happen, but it happens in 3:1. Not only that, but when in chapter 3, when Luke gives a genealogy of Jesus. So Matthew has a genealogy, Luke has a genealogy. Matthew has it where you'd expect a genealogy when Jesus is born, right? The book begins with, these are the generations, and it gives Jesus genealogy. Luke gives Jesus genealogy after the baptism. What? Why would you give a genealogy after the baptism? And it's right after the verse said, "You're my son, today I have begotten you." And the genealogy in Luke doesn't go back to Abraham like in Matthew. And it goes all the way back to Adam, who's the son of God. And so Jesus is the son of God by genealogy and by baptism. And so, but why would you put a genealogy after the baptism? Well, because that's where the gospel started. It starts. So you have those two things, but then you have the fact that the first two chapters are written in a very different writing style that people have long noticed. That the writing style, if you just look at the writing style of chapters 1 and 2, is very much like the Septuagint. It's like the Greek Old Testament, and the rest of Luke is not. Not only that, you don't have a reference to the major events in chapters 1 and 2 anywhere else in either Luke or Acts. The virgin birth, the birth of John the Baptist, the Annunciation, kind of go down the list of what's in chapters 1 and 2. It's never mentioned anywhere else. Even in Acts, written by the same person who's summarizing what happened earlier in the book of Luke. You start adding all this stuff up, and there are other arguments. You start adding it up, you think, man, I don't think this thing originally had 1 and 2. And then you have to figure out, well, why would somebody add 1 and 2? And that's where it gets interesting. I've already gone too long about this. I don't think it originally had chapters 1 and 2.
Another fascinating answer, because of course the first two chapters there are full of so much interesting material.
Boy, are they? Yeah. Yeah.
In light of that, what do you think of the idea that the gospel of the Lord, something that's supposed to be Marcion's gospel, is the earlier version of Luke, which is missing
It
the
sure
virgin birth
tries a
and
lot of
genealogy?
Yeah.
And the beginning of it kind of sounds like a little bit, but Jesus ascending from heaven down to Capernaum. It's not completely the same, but it sounds a little like what you were saying might be the beginning of Luke.
Yeah, this is all part of the issue. So for those who don't know, Marcion is a 2nd century Christian thinker, kind of a philosopher, author, influential theological figure who maintained that the God of Jesus is a different God from the God of the Old Testament. That the God of the Old Testament is a God of wrath and justice, and the God of Jesus is God of love and mercy and forgiveness, and that they're literally different gods, and that Paul recognized that, and that Paul was the one who got it, that the law has nothing to do with Jesus. This is Marcion's view that he developed, and he was in Rome probably around 140 or so, and he has a couple of books that he relies upon for his views. We unfortunately don't have any of his writings that survive intact. We have some quotations, and we don't have his canon of scripture, which the church fathers indicated, starting with Tertullian especially, that it contained one gospel that was very much like our Luke, and 10 of Paul's letters, interestingly, without the pastorals. And so this would be very early in the 140s or so. But Tertullian also says that Marcion shortened these books. He changed these books that he had, the Gospel and Letters of Paul, because later scribes had inserted references to the Jewish God that Marcion had to get rid of because, Paul and the Gospel didn't talk about the Jewish God in connection with Jesus. So he got rid of those parts. And so the assumption is then that Marcion took out chapters 1 and 2, where you have Jesus being born of a virgin. And in Marcion's view, Jesus couldn't be born in this world because then he'd belong to the God of this world, which is the God that Jesus is opposed to. So Jesus didn't get born of a virgin or any other way. He descended from heaven as a full-grown adult in the appearance of a human. And so he didn't have chapters 1 and 2. But then all of a sudden, wait a second, this is one of our earliest references to what appears to be the Gospel of Luke, and it doesn't have chapters 1 and 2. Some scholars think that Marcion didn't change the text that he had. He just had a different text, which is completely plausible.
All right, thank you for your super chat. What's your view on the Gospel of Mary Magdalene? Could it indicate that women held a higher role in the early church?
It's a great gospel. It's one of the Gnostic gospels. It was not found at Nag Hammadi. It was discovered in the 19th century. It turned up in the 1890s, and because of a series of really unfortunate calamities and circumstances, including world wars and such, it was in Germany. It was in Germany. It wasn't published till 1955. It's a Gnostic account that is fragmentary. We don't have the whole thing. it begins sort of in the middle of the episode where Jesus is telling his disciples, giving them an instruction that's this kind of mystical instruction about whether matter exists and whether sin exists, and then Jesus leaves them, and then Peter asks Mary, says, we know that Jesus loved you more than all other women. What did he reveal to you? And Mary starts giving a revelation to reveal what Jesus has revealed to her, and right when she starts, we're missing several pages. It's like, but then, right. But then it picks up where she's describing how the soul is ascending from the earthly realm up into the heavenly realm and is having to bypass the powers that are trying to keep people trapped down here, trying to keep their souls trapped down here, the powers of desire and ignorance and darkness, and the soul is escaping these to return to its heavenly realm. So this is an account of a Gnostic account of the soul returning to where it came from. When she finishes this revelation, the men disciples start looking at each other and saying, I don't think Jesus told her this. Andrew says, Jesus, I don't believe that Jesus told a woman that. And Peter said, why would he tell a woman and not tell us? No. And then Levi stands up and says, look, Peter, you're always a hothead. Just, she said he probably revealed it. He loved her more than us. And then Mary kind of blesses them, sends them out. They all go out to preach, and that's the end of it. So it's very interesting because you have a conflict between Mary and Peter, as you do in other books, including in the Gospel of John, Mary is the first to discover the tomb. This is Mary Magdalene, right? According to Paul, Peter's the first to see the resurrected Jesus. In John, it's Mary. So it's like this kind of conflict that exists throughout Christianity and kind of goes on in various other sources. So I think that the Gospel of Mary probably does show that you have people who are insisting, look, women are at least as reliable as men, as revealers of the truth. They probably have some kinds of roles in teaching, and it's showing the conflict that was happening in the early centuries. This is probably second century, about conflicts between whether women are legitimately spiritual leaders or not. Gospel of Mary, absolutely yes.
That sounds like it was a real hot issue among early Christians, the role of women.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, First Timothy's opposing it, and you get passages like you get this thing in Mary, and you get the Acts of Thecla with Paul, which are supporting the roles of women, and it appears to have been a much bigger controversy than we see in the regular proto-Orthodox sources.
Even when you're going out of your way to say women shut up, you wouldn't have to say that unless it were a controversy,
Yeah.
right? Unless there were places where women were speaking.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right. Absolutely right. Yeah.
Last Almighty, thank you for your super chat. I'm trying to find Fee's book on the text of the Gospels in the early Fathers, but can't find it. Is there another which deals with the New Testament as found in the early patristics and manuscripts for the Fathers?
Fee's book on the text of the Gospels is one that he co-authored with me. As it turns out, it's called Origen's Text of the Fourth Gospel. The text of the Fourth Gospel in the writings of Origen. It's found in a series called the Society of Biblical Literature, New Testament, and the Greek Fathers. This area of the Church Fathers quoting the New Testament and using these patristic quotations to help reconstruct what the original New Testament said. That was what my PhD dissertation was on, and it was my field of early scholarship. When I wrote my PhD dissertation, it was on the title was Didymus the Blind and the Text of the Gospels. Didymus was a 4th century church father whose writings had been discovered in the Second World War in Egypt. They were commentaries on the Old Testament, but he frequently quoted the New Testament. And for my dissertation, directed by Bruce Metzger, I isolated all of the quotations of the Gospels in this many volumes of Greek, which had never been translated into English. There were a couple of commentaries that were in French and a couple in German, but so you have to work with that. So I collected every quotation of the Gospels, and then I compared them to about 24 surviving Greek and Latin manuscripts to see where Didymus's text agreed and disagreed with these manuscripts in order to reconstruct what Didymus's text of the Gospels looked like in the 4th century. He lived in 4th century Alexandria. So one of my inspirations for this kind of work was Gordon Fee, whom I mentioned earlier as this scholar who wrote this 1 Corinthians commentary, but also was a textual critic and a Pentecostal preacher. And I almost went to Boston University to do a dissertation with him, but I stayed at Princeton to do it with Metzger. But when I was finishing the dissertation, Gordon Fee had said, what we really need, he'd written this someplace, what we really need is a series where different scholars would take a different church father and show what their text of the New Testament looked like. That way, you know where the church fathers lived, you know when they lived, and so then you could isolate what the text looked like in that time and place. And so I wrote Gordon Fee. I was still a graduate student, and he was kind of a big shot in the field. I said, Dr. Fee, I think this is a great idea, and I think you could use my dissertation as the first volume. He wrote back and said, let me see it. Sent it to him and said, oh my God, yeah, this is the first volume. So it started the series.
Wonderful.
And then Gordon, he passed, then he and Mike Holmes and I wrote the one on Origin. And after that, I took over the series. I was the editor for the series for a number of years. And so if you look up that series, the New Testament and the Greek Fathers, New Testament. Yeah, I think it's just called the New Testament and the Greek Fathers is what the series is called. And you'll see a number of volumes that deal with the issue. And in my book, the Didymus volume, I actually explain what the complications are of doing this use of these patristic sources, because it's not easy. And look, textual criticism generally, working with the manuscripts, is something most New Testament scholars don't want to go anywhere near. It is a really complicated, technical, and most people think completely boring enterprise. And working with the patristic evidence is one of the worst in terms of hard, but it's really important. And so that's why I devoted a lot of time to it.
Well, sounds like a worthy task to know what, we fortunately do have other Christian writers as sources in the 3rd and 4th century. And it seems to me a worthwhile thing to compare their quotations from our New Testament to what's actually in the New Testament that we have, our manuscripts of the New Testament.
Yeah. And so what you do is you figure out, so what I did, I picked a couple dozen that represent different kinds of textual traditions, and to see which ones, and you do a kind of a statistical analysis to figure out which ones it most aligns with. And it ended up meaning that I could show that the way the text developed in Alexandria, Egypt, was different from what people had earlier said. And so, but you got to do the technical work to get to that kind of conclusion.
Really technical work. Roll up your sleeves. And this is not for amateurs, folks. Right?
Oh God, it wasn't fun. Now we have computers that can do a lot of this stuff. I was calculating all these things by hand. It was really gruesome.
Back in the old days before the internet and everything.
I think I'll write a book for popular audiences without any footnotes. That's what I'm gonna do. Right. Oh man, this is too hard.
Elias Almudi again, thank you for another super chat. You've done so many debates on the resurrection, but would you be open to debating an expert on the historicity of the crucifixion?
I guess. You mean people who doubt that Jesus was crucified? Apart from mythicists, I've never met somebody who would doubt that. But
I think he's referring to Islamic scholars.
Oh, who doubt that whether Jesus died or not, because they think he got crucified. He didn't die there, right? That'd be interesting. You wonder what kind of evidence they have. I don't even know. I mean, what evidence is there? He didn't die, apart from the fact Quran says so. I mean, what?
One central fact that all the literature agrees on is that there was this dude named Jesus who was crucified under Pilate. Yeah, so if you deny that fact, it's the one central fact that everyone seems to agree on. So
in the Quran, it says he didn't die. I mean, there's a major point, but I mean, it's not. I don't know what a historian would say about it, because as Jim says, I mean, it's like, if you look at sources, I mean, we're just not talking about gospel traditions. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, Tacitus and Josephus, and it's like everyone knows everybody knows he got crucified. So what do you? I'm not sure. It might be a short debate, but yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm open to it, but I don't think seriously. I don't think that I can't think of a good historical argument for Jesus not being crucified and and dying. I mean, and dying on the cross.
La Salmodi, another super chat. Thanks again. I also want to get William L. Peterson's collected essays on ETTC, but I don't want to sell my kidney. Any tips?
Sell yourself into slavery? I don't know.
Well,
no,
some of
these
them are expensive.
They're very expensive because it's by. So some of these European publishers, Brill, et cetera, are expensive. The best thing you can do is try, if you can get an interlibrary loan, if you're near a major library, or I don't really know. But the thing is, I think most of his collected essays can be found in journals. And if you are in a library that does any kind of interlibrary loan, they can probably get copies of the journal articles, or you could probably find them online if you're connected with the library. I'm spoiled in this respect because the UNC libraries, I can get most articles. It's harder to get articles that are in collected volumes as opposed to a journal. A journal article isn't that hard to get online.
But if you're I'm a friend member of the University of California, and I live here in San Diego. So just about anything, if you have a good university library nearby, through interlibrary loan can be acquired a lot cheaper than buying them.
Yeah.
So check out your university, local university library. They should probably have it.
John D., thank you for your super chat. Read your interview with Megan today. Apparently, the Vatican claims Paul's tomb was found in Rome. Can you comment on this?
So referring to my podcast, Misquoting Jesus, and look, that for a long time, of course, it's believed that Peter's tomb was found, and what do you say? How does one go about demonstrating that a tradition that you can trace back, even if you suppose you could trace a tradition back to the year 200, that this is so-and-so's tomb? There were reasons why Christians in various cities claimed to have connections with apostles, and claimed that the apostles founded the churches there, claimed that the apostles ministered there, claims the apostles died there, claims they have relics of the apostles, because within Christianity, this gave you a sort of cachet as a church. It gave you more authority. And in almost every instance, there's no historical verification of it. There's no historical verification that Thomas went to India or that Mark founded the church in Alexandria. And there's surprisingly little evidence that Peter went to Rome. For example, we know that Paul wanted to go to Rome because in his letter to the Romans, he talks about wanting to use the Roman church as his base of operation for his mission to the West, as he wants to go to Spain. And he does go to Rome in the book of Acts, but the book of Acts is not overly reliable when it describes Paul's itinerary in places where we can check against Paul. It's often wrong.
Can I stop you there? Does his letter to the Philippians not mention the Praetorian Guard and Caesar's household?
Yeah, the Praetorian Guard simply doesn't necessarily refer to the being in Rome. And so maybe it does. Maybe the Praetorian Guard does. But Caesar's household doesn't refer to Rome. So I'll look at that passage in Philippians. It's been a long time since I don't think I read Philippians in 50 years. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. I need to look at the Praetorian Guard thing. That might be an argument, but I've never heard that. I'll have to look at that. In any event, suppose you've got some church that says this we've known for 100 years this is where Paul was buried. How do you verify it? You can't take DNA. I mean, you know what Paul's DNA looked like. And you can show that somebody was buried. It's kind of like the Shroud of Turin. Even if you can show that if somebody was crucified, okay, well, that's nice. You show like somebody crucified in the first century. Okay. So among the 100,000 people crucified in the first century, which one is this? So the question is verification. And I don't think that Vatican claiming something is evidence. And I don't think even a third century source is evidence.
Oh, darn.
Sorry. Well,
no, but it's well known.
How would you know? I mean,
Yeah,
what do? You do you take out the tomb and find out whether he's decapitated or not? I mean, what do you do to demonstrate? Lots of people are decapitated in Rome as well. Plus, I don't think Paul was decapitated. Frankly, the idea that Paul was decapitated. Do y'all know the story about this? We're going overtime, but we're going. The Acts of Paul describes the martyrdom of Paul. And Nero's all ticked off because Paul's convincing people to follow Jesus instead of following Nero. Jesus is Lord instead of Nero being Lord. And so he decides to execute Paul. And Paul says, well, you can execute me, but you can't kill me because I'm going to come back and see you afterwards. And so Nero sends him off to the executioner. The executioner chops off his head with a sword. That was reserved for Roman citizens. Okay, so apart from legendary accounts, Roman citizens, if they suffered capital punishment, were to be decapitated, beheaded, because it was seen to be kind of the least painful of the bad options. And so, Paul's decapitated because in the Acts of Paul, he's a Roman citizen. But in the Acts of Paul, his head gets lopped off and milk starts pouring out of his neck, not blood. What? Milk? And the author doesn't explain it, but I think it's because milk is what you feed newborns. And Paul now has been born again to his new life. And so he hasn't died. He's been brought back to life through his death. So that's the Acts of Paul. That's the first account we have of it. The other thing I'll say, though, is that in the book of Acts, Paul's also said to be a Roman citizen. And I don't think there's any evidence Paul was a Roman citizen. He doesn't say anything about it. I think it's highly unlikely that Paul was a Roman citizen. He's a lower class. I mean, he works with his hands. He's not connected. Jews could be Roman citizens, but I don't think there's anything to suggest Paul was.
Isn't that about the same time that?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I was just gonna say, isn't that about the same time that we first hear that Paul died under Nero? Because you were mentioning earlier, the earliest account of his death is mentioned by First Clement, but even that text doesn't specifically claim it happened under Nero.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say. And there are pretty good reasons for thinking Paul probably died in the 60s. I mean, he must have been in his 60s at that point. I mean, I think he was an adult when he converted. I don't think he was a teenager. If he converted around the year 33, then in the mid 60s, he'd be fairly well along. I mean, Seneca, who's living at the same time, when he's around, in his about mid 60s, he's talked about what an old man he is now, and he expects to die soon. And that's kind of typical that you don't have long expectancies. I don't think Paul could have lived much beyond the 60s. I don't think there's good evidence that he was martyred by Nero, but this is the martyrdom of Paul which is probably part of the legendary Acts of Paul. It's circulated separately, but it probably is the first time that Nero's mentioned.
Seneca was certainly forced into suicide by Nero. I mean, Seneca was a victim of Nero, even though had been a close associate of Nero's.
He had been his tutor and his advisor, and for many years, Seneca actually ran the empire apparently. But Nero didn't like his stoic ways. He didn't like his strict ethics, and so finally, when he got older, he just got rid of him.
He dies in 65. That got us any idea about Paul. But Paul is a literate fellow. I mean, Paul does.
He's literate. He's got an education. Yes.
So he's not, he does. The tradition again says he's, works with his hands. But do we really know much about Paul?
We don't know a lot. He himself indicates that he works with his hands. It's not just Acts, which says that he's works with leather, but
Right.
he talks about working with his hands day and night. And so it looks like he goes into places and sets up shop of some kind and is some kind of manual labor. And so he may be that he's what sociologists might call mixed status. So some people like Seneca have a very high status.
Right.
He's an equestrian. He's not a senator, but I guess he does end up joining the Senate. But he's not from the senatorial class originally, and he's one of the wealthiest human beings on the planet. Seneca is, and he's extremely high educated. Everything is a high level class status symbol. With Paul, it looks like it's a mixed bag because he's highly literate, which would make him at a higher status. And so he's educated. That's a high status thing, but he's also poor, which is low status, and works with his hands, which is low status. And so you have people like that are kind of mixed status. I mean, some people became highly educated because they were slaves.
Slavery couldn't hire Greek slaves to be their tutors for Roman aristocrats.
Yeah. So I've sometimes kind of casually wondered if one could make the argument that Paul started out as a slave. He certainly loves calling himself the slave of Christ. And it would explain his high literacy. I don't know. I just played with the idea. I'm not going to.
That's not too much.
Let's take a couple more super chats before we close. Patrick Henry, thank you for your super chat. Is the idea of a zealot Jesus similar to saying that there was a historical Robin Hood, but he stole from the poor and gave to the rich? Can such an individual really be called the historical Jesus?
There. Y'all blanked out on me there for about 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll repeat what the super chat says. Patrick Henry says, is the idea of a zealot Jesus similar to saying that there was a historical Robin Hood, but he stole from the poor and gave to the rich? Can such an individual really be called the historical Jesus?
I'm not sure I'm getting the Robin Hood connection. How would he rob from the poor and give to? I don't quite get that. If Jesus were several things. One is
now Dr. Ehrman froze.
Yeah, he froze again.
Let's see if we can get him back. Yeah. In the Gospels, Jesus tells the rich young man to sell his property and give it to the poor. The poor are the ones we're supposed to be helping. Yeah. Oh, I think we got Dr. Ehrman back.
You got me back. I'm sorry. It looks like our internet's going crazy here. So that's okay. Zealot is a term used by Josephus to refer to rebels during the Jewish uprising in 66 to 73. And so it wouldn't be applicable. The technical term wouldn't apply to Jesus. The question is he like one of those who wants to overthrow the Romans through military force? That, of course, is the argument of Reza Aslan in his book Zealot. Reza didn't come up with that idea. It is the oldest idea of the historical Jesus in critical scholarship. It was first pronounced by Hermann Samuel Reimarus in his posthumous work published in the 1770s. And so Reza doesn't acknowledge that, but it's a view that's been around for a long time. And so the question is, did Jesus believe in a violent overthrow of the Roman government? If he did, then it wouldn't be robbing from the poor to give to the rich. It would be taking back what is theirs, taking back the land from the Romans. I don't think it's at all likely that that's what Jesus was up to. I think, in fact, it's contrary to Jesus' message. I think that Jesus did think there'd be a massive destruction and that the Romans would be wiped out, but it was because God's going to do it. It's not going to be because of a Jewish army. And so I think Jesus was opposed to taking up the sword against the Romans. And I think he really said things like the one who lives by the sword dies by the sword. And I think that I don't think he supported violent opposition.
What makes you think that? What makes you think, for example, that element was not later, like the Torah criticism element in Paul was introduced later? I mean, I think we get the definite impression that he's an apocalyptic preacher for sure, but surely apocalypse was more the genre of these rebels before the war.
Well, you had to, it could have been. We don't know really what the religious ideology of the zealots were, apart from they wanted the land back. They
The
thought the land
Romans
was
seem to have thought him a real threat, a threat big enough to crucify.
sometimes, depending on what they were doing. But they weren't crucified for. They weren't. Okay, so let me explain it like this. There are two kinds of Jewish apocalypticists. There are more than two. It's like saying there are two kinds of Protestant. There are two kinds of Jewish apocalypticists. Some think that God is going to intervene soon, and there's going to be a major war, and they're going to be involved in it. You get that in the Dead Sea Scrolls. In the War Scroll, there's going to be a 40-year war where they take up the sword and they're on the side of God. And it takes them 40 years. I don't know why God's war takes 40 years, but it takes them 40 years, and they win the war. There are other Jewish apocalypticists that were not interested in violence. They thought that God himself was going to overthrow the enemy, and that there was no need to interfere. And so you get both of those things kind of now today, I guess, even still, with people believing the end of the world's coming soon, whether they're going to kind of facilitate it or not. I do think that Jesus was the latter type. I think that he was nonviolent. Part of the reason is because the nonviolence is scattered throughout so many of the sources that it's independently attested all over the place, and it coincides with other teachings of Jesus that seem to be contrary to what the early Christians said. For example, love your enemies. Most Christians are not interested in loving their enemies. So when Jesus says things like love your neighbors yourself, and he defines it as somebody who's a Samaritan, who's the enemy. I don't think so. I'm of the persuasion that Jesus was a proponent of nonviolence, and that he thought that, in fact, taking up the sword was a show of distrust. God's going to do this. That's how I work it out. So I've written a bit about this, trying to show why I think that these sword sayings and stuff, what goes back to Jesus and what doesn't. But it's a judgment. It's a judgment call.
I mean, we're specifically told one of his disciples is called a zealot.
Yeah, but that can't be historical because there weren't zealots yet.
Right. Well, certainly true, but we were also told the disciples are supposed to all have swords. I'm going to try and give the best argument I can here.
Yeah, we're told Jesus walked on the water, and so there are things that some of the early Christians definitely believed in violence, and so I think the way it happened was, I mean, I'll tell you, it's really hard to make these connections, but my view is that what happened was Jesus really said something like, don't take up the sword. You take up the sword, you'll die by the sword. In other words, you're going to get crushed. That ain't the way to go, because he really thought God was going to do it. These sayings about the Son of Man coming, the Son of Man's the one who destroys everything. Right. And so there's nothing about an army or anything like that. So I think Jesus really said, don't take up the sword. Take up the sword, you'll die by the sword. I think what ends up happening is that what often happens, it looks like, is that you'll have a saying that turns into a story to provide the context for the saying. See what I mean? It'd be like, and so I've seen this happen all the time in my own life, where there'll be some like, we had stories about Bruce Metzger, my teacher, and you have these one-liners, and then all of a sudden some stories would crop up that would kind of show the context for these one-liners. And it's like, whoa, and I saw it happen. So I think stuff like that did happen, and scholars since the 1920s have said that happened with Jesus. I think Jesus said, take up the sword, die by the sword. And the narrative that got invented around that is that Jesus came to be arrested, and his disciples pulled out a sword to defend him. And then he says, well, you take out the sword, you die by the sword. And so, so I don't think his followers are armed, probably. And I don't think that he was encouraging violence or anything like that.
Let's look at the next super chat. Sean A. Torres, thank you for your super chat. What the heck is the Holy Spirit in the New Testament? Gospels, Paul. My fundy background says part of the Trinity. What is the academic view?
So the Spirit of God is a figure that goes back to the Old Testament. You find it in Genesis 1. The Spirit of God is brooding over the water when God creates the heavens and the earth. The Spirit of God shows up throughout the Hebrew Bible. It seems to be a kind of a divine presence of God on earth in spiritual form, in non-bodily form at times. It becomes a major figure in the New Testament, where the Spirit impregnates Mary and Luke, and the Spirit comes upon Jesus in all the Gospels, and the Spirit empowers Jesus in the Gospel of Luke to do his miracles, and the Spirit of God comes upon the disciples on Pentecost. And so the God Spirit is just part of the Jewish tradition that Christians take up. What ends up happening is that the Christians, after Jesus' death, believe that he gets raised from the dead, and they come to think that he's been made a divine being, that he's been exalted to divinity. He is a divine being. They start calling Jesus God. But in one of the Gospels, the Gospel of John, Jesus indicates that when he leaves, the Spirit will come, the Spirit of comfort, who will direct the disciples. And it sounds like he says another comforter or another advocate, another paraclete will come. And so it sounds like this is like somebody who's on Jesus' level, who's going to take over when Jesus physically leaves. What ends up happening in Christianity is they start thinking that there are these three divine figures. There's God, the Father, and his Son, Jesus, and then the Spirit that came after Jesus. And already in the 2nd century, all three are being called divine. The doctrine of the Trinity is not worked out for a long time. The term Trinity appears already in the writings of Tertullian. Tertullian considers all three to be God, but he doesn't have the doctrine of the Trinity. The doctrine of the Trinity is a specific formulation about how Father, Spirit, and Son relate to each other. And in the specific formulation that develops in the clearest form at the end of the 4th century, the formulation is that there are three persons, Father, Son, and Spirit. These are distinct persons. They're not the same person. They're three distinct persons. All three of them are God, and in fact, they're all equally God. They're all made of the same substance. And so you've got three persons, all made of the same substance, equally God, distinct from one another, but there's only one God. That's the doctrine of the Trinity. You don't get that in the New Testament. Matthew doesn't say it when he says, baptize in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. You got the three people there, but you don't have the doctrine of the Trinity. You don't have the three are equally God, made of the same substance, and yet there's only one God. That's the doctrine of the Trinity. Don't get that till the end of the 4th century.
Gary Picro, hope I pronounced your last name correctly. Thank you for your super chat. Thanks for the fascinating show. Well, thank you, Gary. Really appreciate it.
Well, I want to just thank Professor Ehrman for this interview as well. I find conversations with you, sir, always enlightening. And again, I really want to recommend to all of our viewers that they check out your work. Your work is always mind expanding. And if you want to be introduced to this, there are a lot of people out there who really aren't familiar and want to be introduced. Your works are my go-to place, Professor Ehrman, to send them. They really are the best introduction to this material. And as I say, thank you very, very much for this conversation. I always learn, really.
Well, thank you. And the only suggestion I'd make about using my books as an entree to this is do not start with Didymus the Blind and the text of the Gospels.
Well, Russell, thank you for your super chat. Tell us about what kind of information that we have about Jesus prior to the composition of the Gospels.
Yeah, well, we don't have any that comes to us independently. We only have information, that we get from the New Testament. Basically, we have a few things from the Apostle Paul, of course. My book is about how the traditions found in the Gospels got there. The assumption of the book and the assumption of scholarship generally is that the gospel writers weren't just sitting down and making stuff up, that they'd heard stories. And so my question in the book is, how do stories circulate by word of mouth? If the gospel writers are writing, 40, 50, 60 years after Jesus, what do we know about What do we know about how eyewitnesses tell their accounts and whether they're accurate? How do we know about how people tell stories, especially in oral cultures? And how do writers, receive and then themselves retell the stories? And how do we, so what do we know about what's going on with the stories about Jesus before they're being written down for us in the Gospels?
And how many traditions are we talking about here? Is this related to the Q, M, and L sources? And where does Paul get his information about Jesus from?
So, what I argue in the book is shouldn't really be controversial about all of this, because I mean, the basic facts seem to be accepted by just about everyone, that in early Christianity, the followers of Jesus did not immediately write down things that he said and did. One of the views I develop in the book that some people may disagree with, but I don't know why, is that Jesus' followers wouldn't be able to write things down, and there's no record that they did. But that means that the stories had to be circulated, and so the people who knew Jesus during his lifetime, principally his disciples, after his death, came to believe he got raised from the dead and believed that he was the savior of the world, and so they told stories about the stuff he had said and done during his life, and the disciples told people these stories and to try to convert them to believe in Jesus. And those people told other people's stories, and those people told other people's stories, and Christianity spreads throughout the Roman world by people telling people about the life and teachings and death and resurrection of Jesus. Paul has heard some of those stories. Paul's almost certainly writing before any of our current Gospels, and probably before there were any Gospels at all. He's writing in the 50s, and so Paul would have been writing most of his letters maybe 25 or 30 years after Jesus' death, and he doesn't tell us much, but he tells us some things. There were written documents, though, that started to circulate, probably before Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You mentioned, for example, the Q source. It's usually thought that Matthew and Luke's Gospels were dependent on Mark's, that Mark was the first to write a full gospel, possibly, but Matthew and Luke both copied large sections of Mark, but Matthew and Luke also have a lot of sayings of Jesus not found in Mark, and they're the same sayings, sometimes word for word the same, and so the assumption is that they got them from another source that scholars call Q, and so there are probably some written sources, but all of these written sources go back to oral traditions that go back, sometime to somebody either making them up or recounting things that Jesus said and did.
Do the Gospels know Paul's letters, or are they deriving their information independently of Paul?
Well, it's a good question, and it's much debated. When I was in graduate school back in the 70s and 80s, the consensus basically was that the gospel writers did not know Paul. And earlier than that, people all thought the gospel writers did know Paul. And now today, some people are arguing again that the gospel writers know Paul. And so it's a pendulum among scholars that swings back and forth, because you could argue either way. One thing you can say for certain, I think, is that the gospel writers did not get their stories about Jesus from Paul, because Paul tells hardly any stories about Jesus. Paul never says anything about any of Jesus' miracles, for example, at all, or about his controversies with Scribes and Pharisees, or he doesn't, say anything about the Sermon on the Mount, or most of the sayings of Jesus. He only quotes Jesus twice, and so they didn't get their stuff from him. So they may have known him, and the issue is whether, for example, the Gospel of Mark seems to have a theology of Jesus' death and resurrection that's very similar to Paul's in ways. And so did he get this from Paul? Did he get it from a Pauline community? Did he get it from, people who just kind of saying the same things Paul was saying? That's one thing. The Gospel of Matthew seems to be arguing against views that Paul had. Matthew insists that the followers of Jesus need to keep the law of Moses. And Paul insistently states that keeping the law of Moses has no bearing on salvation. And so they seem to be odds? And is Matthew reacting to Paul, or is he reacting to somebody else who has views like Paul? We don't know. So the answer is, the short answer, Jacob, is we don't know, and different people have different views. My view is that Paul did not know any of the Gospels, and I don't think that any of the Gospel writers knew any of the letters of Paul that we happen to have today. Whether they knew other things is hard to say.
Can you tell us about the position of the form critics?
Whoa, form critics, yeah. So that's not a subject I get asked about a lot. And so to explain form critics, I need to set out a little bit of background in the history of scholarship on the Gospels, and then I need to explain what the term form critic means. When scholars at the Enlightenment, starting in the 18th century, started realizing that the Gospels have differences among them and contradictions between them, and they tried to figure out how that works. And in the 19th century especially, they started realizing that it sure looks like somebody copied somebody. You get over 90% of Mark's gospel is replicated in Matthew's gospel, and sometimes it's word for word the same. And you just can't get word for word, sayings of Jesus or word for word accounts of things he did unless somebody's copying somebody. And so the question was, who was copying whom? And in the 19th century, what developed especially was the idea that Matthew and Luke used Mark, and that they both had this Q source. And Matthew had his own sources that scholars called M for Matthew's special sources, and Luke had his own special stuff called L for Luke's special source. And then you got John, which is a whole different thing. And scholars are really interested in the 19th century about what sources there are, written sources behind the Gospels. In the early 20th century, some scholars thought that that had been pretty well decided well enough. We have about as good of an idea as we're going to have about what written sources are behind the Gospels. But these Gospels didn't start out; these stories didn't start out as written accounts. They started out as oral accounts. And scholars in the 1920s, especially in Germany, Martin Debelius and Rudolf Bultmann, in particular, also a guy named Carl Schmidt, started realizing that the stories we have in our Gospels are often virtually the same story with different specifics put into them. Like you have all these healing stories, for example, and the plot is almost always the same. Somebody is very, very sick, or is hurt in some ways, is sick, and either that person or a relative comes up to Jesus and asks for healing. Jesus goes to the person and heals the person. The crowds have gathered around, and Jesus heals the person by saying a word or by touching the person, and then the crowds all marvel. It's like, boom, boom, boom. It's this happens, then this, then this, then this, then this. It's the same sequence just about every time. You just change what the sickness is and who the person is, and so they started realizing that these particular kinds of stories have a form to them. They like their stories, like you've got the form and you just fill in the details to make a different story, but it's the same form. Form critics were interested in analyzing how in the telling and retelling of stories about Jesus, certain forms of story emerged. And you can analyze a story according to its formal characteristics, its formal literary characteristics. And when you do that, you can come to some kinds of conclusions about what kinds of stories, what forms of stories would have been told in what historical contexts. And so what form criticism did is it analyzed the gospel stories about Jesus, both his sayings and his activities, and decided, what are the formal characteristics of this kind of story, that kind of story, and in what context of the early church would such stories have been told. That they called that the Sitzimleben. They were German scholars. Sitzimleben is the term for the situation in life. And so if you've got a community that, for example, is telling stories about how Jesus has a confrontation with Pharisees about keeping the Sabbath, and the Pharisees object to Jesus' doings on the Sabbath, and Jesus objects to the Pharisaic view, and the story ends with Jesus delivering a withering one-liner to which they have no reply. Okay, so you ask, well, what what within the history of Christian church would lead people to tell that particular kind of story about Jesus? And you come up, it's kind of speculative, but you think, well, maybe it's because the storytellers telling the story themselves are being confronted by non-Christian Jews who are objecting to us not keeping the Sabbath. And we're showing that, in fact, our master, our Lord Jesus, also had a different view of Sabbath than these people have. And his one-liner settles it. This is why it's okay to do what we do on the Sabbath. And so you try to figure out what's going on in the situation in the church that leads to these stories to be devised the way they are. And that was called then form criticism.
How did the followers of Jesus view him prior to the composition of the Gospels?
Right. Well, once again, we have real difficulty explaining things like this because we don't have very many sources of information. The Gospels are usually dated to, Mark is usually thought to be the first Gospel written around the year 70. Matthew and Luke maybe in the 80s, 80 or 85. John, the last Gospel, maybe 90 to 95. These are guesstimates, but there are reasons for thinking they're pretty close. So if Jesus died in the year 30, our first account of his life would be 40 years later or so. And so the question is, well, what were Christians believing before that? Our only source of information that we're sure was prior to the Gospels are the writings of Paul. Paul has 13 letters in the New Testament. That there are 13 letters that claim to be written by Paul. Scholars doubt whether he wrote 6 of those, but the other 7 they call the undisputed Pauline letters, or the undisputed Pauline epistles. And they're disputed, of course. Everything's disputed in scholarship, but these are the ones that virtually everybody agrees. So those give us some information. You certainly learn what Paul believed about Jesus and what he wanted his communities to believe about him. And you also get hints about what people who disagree with Paul say about Jesus in his letters, because he's opposed to people with different views. So that gives you some information. The Gospels themselves give you some information. What scholars do is they go through every imaginable source in the New Testament, outside the New Testament, anything imaginable that could provide information, and they analyze it to death until they come up with a reconstruction. It's usually thought that at least as soon as Jesus' followers thought he got raised from the dead, they, at least by then, they thought that he was a divine being who had been taken up to heaven, that he's the Lord of the world, and that his death was a death that brought about a sacrifice for sins, so that a person is made right with God by this perfect sacrifice of Jesus, and that Jesus had certain, rules about how you ought to live, and that you ought to follow those rules. And so there, there's a whole bunch of things we could say about what they believed, but basically they believed the what they considered the essential message about Jesus' death and resurrection, and as a result, the miraculous life that he led.
I'm going to take this super chat question real quick. Brett Force, thank you for your super chat. What is your idea of baptism by fire? Possibly olive oil, Jesus baptizing by fire, not water. John's baptism is by water. Possible reference to Enochian fire baptism into an angel?
It's very difficult to say. Baptism by fire. And it's, in some ways it is a contrast to what's going on with John the Baptist. The imagery is quite ancient of the contrast between water and fire, going back to the idea that at one point God destroyed the world by water, and the next time he'll destroy it by fire. The idea that the world will be destroyed by fire is not restricted to the Christian tradition. Stoics, for example, believe that the world would be destroyed by fire. What does it mean to be baptized by fire? It's hard to say. Being baptized by water in early Christianity indicated that a person had been cleansed of their sins and had been restored to a right relationship with God. And in a sense, that was understood to be the beginning of a new transformation of the world. that the world now is being transformed into into a divine paradise that God had planned. Now that we have these people who are following Jesus, who are doing the things that he told them to do, they're things that Jesus insists that people do will be things that will be done in the coming kingdom of God. In the kingdom of God that Jesus expects, there'll be no, there won't be any poverty, and so people are supposed to relieve poverty now. There won't be any evil forces, and so people are supposed to cast out demons now. There won't be any illness, so people should tend to the sick now. There won't be any war, so people should be peacemakers now. The followers of Jesus start implementing the ideals of the kingdom in the present, and it's those who are baptized in water who do that, who are baptized in the name of Jesus. Baptism by fire appears to be referred to being dunked in fire, and that appears to be a reference to the apocalyptic event that's going to bring to an end this age and bring in the kingdom. At the end of this age, God himself is going to intervene, and it's not that there'll be a kind of a small community of people who are now living the life of the kingdom, the followers of Jesus. It's going to be that the kingdom takes over the world. For that to happen, the world has to be cleansed. Both water and fire are cleansing agents. Water is a little less extreme when it comes to human beings than fire, but at the end, God will cleanse the world completely with fire, and that will then bring in the new age where there'll only be good things here on earth, and God will rule supreme. And so being baptized by fire means you're going to go through this apocalypse to enter into the kingdom.
Who are the real authors of the Gospels?
Right. So this is a long one. I actually have one of my talks online. I've got a recorded course. I think it's just one lecture maybe, but it's a free course on did Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John actually write Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? And these four Gospels have been attributed to those four persons since the end of the 2nd century. The first clear attribution to people named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John comes in the writings of Irenaeus around the year 185 of the Common Era, so about 100 years after the books had been in circulation. The four authors that are given these attributions, two of them, Matthew and John, are said to be disciples of Jesus, and so they are Aramaic speaking Jews from the Galilee area. Two of them, Mark and Luke, are said to be companions of the apostles. Mark is also from Israel, an Aramaic speaking Jew from Israel, who in the tradition comes from Jerusalem. He's the companion of Peter in the tradition, and Luke is a companion of Paul. Luke is not necessarily a Jew. It's not clear if he's supposed to be thought of as a Jew or not. So those are the four authors that these books are assigned to, but the assignments weren't made for 100 years, so far as we know. And so the question is, who really wrote these things? We don't know the names of the people who wrote them. There are very good reasons for thinking they were not Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. For one thing, three of these are Aramaic-speaking Jews from Israel, and these books are written in high-level Greek. They're written by people who have a very high education in Greek language and literature. I need to stress this point a little bit because most people living in Israel did not get a Greek education, even if they could speak a little bit of Greek. That doesn't make you capable of writing books like this. So in the ancient educational system, for one thing, only the rich kids, the very elite children of elite families, could afford the time and the money to get any schooling at all. There wasn't anything like universal education. Most people could not read or write. Well over 90% in Israel at the time could not read at all, let alone sign their name. And in the ancient curriculum, when people did learn to read and write, they learned to read first, and that took years. After they learned to read, they learned how to write. And learning to write meant, learning how to copy letters and things. Learning to compose took another set of years. And so you got to be really highly educated to be able to write. And to write in a foreign language, Greek, that takes more years. And so whoever's writing these things is really well educated by ancient standards in Greek. They appear to be Greek-speaking followers of Jesus, not living in Israel. And there's nothing to indicate they are in Israel, and there are lots of things to indicate they're not. One thing is their fluency in literary Greek. Another thing is sometimes their occasional lapse of knowledge about either Judaism or Israel, the nation, the geography of it, or both. The short answer, we don't know. There are people living decades later, living in a different part of the world, who spoke Greek and have become Christian. Another big question is how many of them were Jews? Many people assume that all 4 of them were Jews, but I don't think so. I think Luke was certainly not a Jew. I don't think Mark was a Jew. I've got reasons for thinking that. Within Mark itself, Mark explains things in ways that aren't really true to Judaism in chapter 7. And so it looks like he's probably not a Jew either. John and Matthew people debate about.
I'm going to take the super chat real quick. Michael E., thank you for your super chat. Dr. Tabor and YouTube seems convinced the Talpiot Tomb is the authentic tomb of Jesus of Nazareth. What do you think and why?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, I know that James Tabor does think that, and he's talked and written a good deal about that. I don't think that the evidence of it is very good. I think that there are lots of ways to explain these inscriptions in the tomb. I am impressed that every archaeologist I know, except for James himself, digs in does archaeological digs right now in Jerusalem, I think. But the professional archaeologists I know, none of them is convinced by this, and so I don't think that it's there's a strong argument for it. It'd be great if it was. I mean, I'd have no principled objections, but that would be amazing, wouldn't it? And I certainly wouldn't accept it because in some way it would debunk Christianity. So I don't have an agenda either way. I think it would be really, really historically interesting if it was. And so I'm not disinclined to think so, but I just don't think there's really any good reason to think it is.
What does Papias tell us?
Well, Papias tells us several things. Papias is he's a church father who was living in the early 2nd century. He wrote a 5-volume book that we no longer have that's called The Exposition of the Sayings of the Lord. We don't even know what the book really was. There are lots of opinions about that. On the surface of it, the title, Exposition of the Sayings of the Lord, makes it sound like it's some kind of commentary on the things that Jesus said. And so a kind of explanation of Jesus' teachings. This is a 5-volume book. Boy, if this is what it was, we sure wish we had it. Other people have different ideas about what it was. I mean, some people have argued, for example, that it's a list, it's a discussion of biblical prophecies of Jesus. Some people say that it's actually a discussion of both Jesus' sayings and his deeds, and so that it's actually a kind of an exposition of the surviving Gospels. I don't think those explanations are very convincing. I know that there are evangelical Christians who want to insist that Papias is talking about Gospels, and probably our Gospels, containing the words and deeds of Jesus. But the title of his work is an exposition of the Logia of the Lord. Logia means words. It does not mean narratives of actions. And so it appears to be a book connected some way with Jesus' words. We don't have the book, his 5-volume book, anymore. We don't know exactly why it wasn't copied, but the kind of ruling assumption is because the most early Christians didn't like it very well. we have good reason for thinking they didn't like it very well, because the later church fathers who mention Papias sometimes don't really appreciate his work. Eusebius, the church father Eusebius, who mentions him and his work, says that Eusebius literally calls Papias a man of very small intelligence. You don't want people saying that about you if you're an author. So they didn't preserve the book. What we have of the book are occasional quotations from the book by Eusebius, going back as early as Irenaeus. Eusebius is living around in the early 4th century. Irenaeus is living at the end of the 2nd century. They both quote Papias in a couple places, as do some later sources. And so we have quotations of Papias that are preserved in later writers, and these quotations deal with a variety of topics connected largely with Jesus and his life. One of the more famous of the passages is one in which Papias says that Mark wrote his gospel as the interpreter or translator of Peter, and that the Gospel of Mark is Peter's version of the story as Peter told it, and then it came to be narrated to Mark, his secretary, and that Mark wrote it down. Another quotation says that Matthew wrote his gospel. No, it says Matthew wrote the words of Jesus in the Hebrew language, and everyone translated them as best he could, or either translated or interpreted them as best he could. The word, it could be translated either way. And so those two sayings are important for the topic of Jesus before the Gospels, because many people traditionally have taken Papias to say that our Gospel of Mark gives you Peter's version direct from Peter, and that Matthew's Gospel is written by an eyewitness, Matthew the tax collector. And so that's based on Papias. So in my book on Jesus before the Gospels, I have to have a long discussion of that issue. Does Papias actually provide us evidence that Mark wrote a gospel and that it's Peter's version, and that Matthew wrote a gospel and that Matthew was actually an eyewitness, the tax collector, who wrote his gospel in Hebrew? What I argue in my book is that if you actually look at what Papias says closely, it doesn't appear that he really provides evidence that talking about our Matthew and Mark. It's clearest with Matthew. When Papias says that Matthew wrote a gospel in the Hebrew language, that he wrote the sayings of Jesus in the Hebrew language, well, neither thing is an explanation of our Gospel of Matthew. Our Gospel of Matthew is not a collection of the sayings of Jesus. I mean, of course it has sayings of Jesus. Every gospel has sayings of Jesus, but it doesn't have, it's not the sayings of Jesus, like the Gospel of Thomas, for example, is the sayings of Jesus, or the Q source appears to be largely sayings of Jesus. Matthew's not that, and our Matthew is not written in Hebrew. Our Matthew is written in Greek, and one way for knowing that our Matthew was written in Greek is because it has word for word agreements with his own source, Mark, which was written in Greek. And so the only way to get word for word agreements with another Greek document is to write in Greek. So Matthew, our Gospel of Matthew is written in Greek. It's not a collection of the sayings of Jesus. And so what's Papias talking about? I don't know. He either knows of a gospel that's in Hebrew, that is, a list of Jesus' sayings, or he's heard of a gospel like that, or he's heard of a gospel and he assumes that Matthew wrote it, or something else. I don't know what he's doing, but he's not talking. Doesn't seem to be talking about our Matthew. And if he's not talking about our Matthew, I don't see any reason to think he's talking about our Mark, especially because, this is my final point about this, especially because especially the evangelical or the conservative Christian biblical scholars who say that Papias is hard evidence that Matthew and Mark were written, by a disciple and by a companion of Peter, they take Papias at his word about that. But when you look at the other things that Papias says in the quotations that are preserved of him, these same modern scholars say, oh God, well, that ain't right. What he describes is not what happened. They say that about the other things Papias says, but they don't say it about this thing. Why? Because this is the thing they agree with. The other things they disagree with. So Papias, didn't know what he's talking about for the other things, but this thing, okay, that's evidence. So I think if you actually look at Papias's writings, it's pretty clear that he is recounting legends that he's heard, that he exaggerates a lot of things. He says things that are historically not right, and that it's really not evidence that Matthew and Mark are the authors of our Gospels.
Michael E., thank you for your super chat. Could the New Testament support the growth of a more environmentally centered Christianity today, or is it anthropocentric to the core?
What I would say is that the entire Bible, New Testament and Old Testament, are as the Christian scriptures, don't have many of our concerns. They weren't concerned of us, burning up our planet or blowing us off our planet. They apparently, so far as we can tell, were not concerned about many of the social issues that we were concerned about, because it was a very different time then. And, if you're living the New Testament, the Roman Empire that we think of as this enormous place is, in terms of population, the Roman Empire is about 60 million people. Well, that's not, by modern standards, that's not that huge. And so what about environmental concerns? What I would say is that in some ways, passages related to the creation of the world are the best passages that Christians would go to talk about environmental issues. And especially, for example, Christians affirm Genesis 1, that God created the heavens and the earth, and then he gave the dominion of the heavens and the earth to humans. And many Christians have taken that to mean, well, we're the lords of this planet. We can do anything with it we want. It's our place. But actually God gave the planet to humans so they take care of it. Adam is supposed to tend the garden. He's not to deforest it. He's not supposed to chop down the trees. And so that's where I think Christians who are interested in environmental issues would go. And it's a little bit harder with the New Testament because there's not a lot that is focused on that, except for the book of Revelation, which talks about the destruction of this planet. And it's going to be destroyed by God because it's become a sinful place. And God will recreate it. He's going to recreate it into a paradise. The ultimate point of the book of Revelation and of Jesus' teachings and of Paul is that this world is going to become a paradise. Well, if you want to implement the concerns of Jesus, Paul, and the book of Revelation, you should try to make this world a paradise. You shouldn't deforest it, or ruin it with fossil fuels, or melt the ice caps, or whatever else you're doing to it. Shouldn't do that. So you can use the New Testament for that kind of thing, but I'd say it's more indirectly, rather than pointing to a verse that says, thou shalt not pollute.
And what else are we told about the Gospels toward the end of the 2nd century CE?
So the Gospels are written, toward the end of the 1st century. They appear to begin being quoted pretty quickly after that. There appear to be quotations of possibly Matthew and Luke in the early 2nd century, possibly in the Didache. In Ignatius may know Matthew, maybe more. The author Polycarp knows multiple sources. The Justin Martyr, living in the 150, writing around 150 in Rome, quotes the Gospels. He doesn't name them. He calls them the memoirs of the apostles, but he doesn't explain what that means exactly, and he doesn't give them any names. The only gospel he names is the Gospel of Peter, which people have tended to say, oh, he means the Gospel of Mark, but he doesn't say the Gospel of Mark. He says talk about Peter as the author of the Gospel, and we do have a Gospel of Peter that was floating around then. So I think he probably means that Gospel. My point is that up to Irenaeus around 185, people were using the Gospels, and they were using them to show what Jesus really said, more interested in what he said than in what he did, although there's some references to his activities, certainly to his death and resurrection. The Gospels appear to be taken as authorities for that kind of information. Other Christian groups, many Christian groups, had other accounts of Jesus' life that they used as authoritative. But the decision that was made in some circles by the time of Irenaeus, I don't think this is Irenaeus' decision. I think he's reporting that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were the four that were to be considered authoritative. The same view appears to be represented in a little fragment of a text that we don't have the full text. We don't know who wrote it, but is around the time of Irenaeus. It was discovered by an Italian scholar called Muratori, and so it's called the Muratorian fragment because it's a fragment that's it's in Latin, which is pretty bad Latin, actually, pretty horrible Latin, possibly by a scribe who didn't know Latin well enough. But it's a list of the books that this anonymous author thought belonged in the New Testament. The list is fragmentary. It begins in the middle of a description of a gospel, but it doesn't say which gospel it's talking about. But then it says the third book of the Gospels is Luke. And then it gives the fourth gospel, it names it John, and says a few things about Luke and John. So around the time of Irenaeus, if Luke and John are the third and fourth book, that means the Muratorian fragment probably also had Matthew and Mark. And so at this time, the proto-Orthodox Christian communities, by which I mean the communities of Christians that held to the views that eventually emerged as the ones that just about everybody held, those Christian groups were seeing Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John as authoritative texts, as the authoritative texts for understanding Jesus, his teachings, his activities, his death, and his resurrection, and that other gospels were not considered to be authoritative. And so we can put together, possibly like, what does Irenaeus think about the New Testament, about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, because he tells us some things and he quotes it a lot. And, Tertullian, writing around 200, we can get a lot more information on Tertullian. So by the end of the 2nd century, people are valuing the Gospels as written accounts of Jesus' life, and they're attributing them to the apostles, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Why were the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John chosen?
Okay, so I'm going to have to take each one at a time because they weren't chosen. It wasn't like there weren't like options of sets of 4, right? Which set of 4 do you want? It was like each one had its own reason behind it. So let me, I think I'll go backwards. John was known to be the last gospel already in the 2nd century. At the end of the 2nd century, people are calling it the last gospel. Why did people pick John, the disciple, to call him the author of the gospel? I'll say off the bat that it's unlikely that John, the son of Zebedee, was the author of this gospel. For one thing, he was a fisherman in Galilee who spoke Aramaic. Fishermen did not get educations, let alone higher educations, let alone higher educations in Greek, let alone learning how to compose. And I have trouble convincing people of all this because they say, well, look, people, back then they could speak Greek, right? So he could write the book. And I'm thinking, I've got college students who are like some of the smartest students in America at my university. Some, are some of the smartest people in America at that stage. They are seniors in college who are very smart. They could not write a gospel like the Gospel of John. They can't. They just can't. I don't know a single one who could, of any of my students. I mean, and so we're talking about somebody who's really, really highly educated in Greek. So that being said, why do they choose John? Why do they put that name on it? All right. Well, in this particular, it's an interesting case for John. The case is that there's this figure in the Gospel of John that doesn't appear in Matthew, Mark, and Luke that is called the disciple whom Jesus loved. And so usually goes under the name the beloved disciple. There are two passages in the Gospel of John that people have taken to be self-references of this beloved disciple. In chapter 21, for example, it says that that the disciple who saw these things, well, no, that's chapter 19. The disciple who saw the blood and water come out of Jesus' side has testified about these things, and so and so people say, well, all right, so this is the author's telling you that you can trust what he's having to say. And so you get a passage in chapter 19, chapter 21. Okay, so this person who's the close disciple of Jesus is the author of this gospel. That's the view. I think that's a problematic view, but that's the view. So which disciple would it be? This is somebody who is close to Jesus, not just one of the 12. He's the one leaning on Jesus' breast at the Last Supper. And so he's one of the closest disciples. Well, in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, the three closest disciples were Peter, James, and John. So probably one of those three. Which of the three is it? It couldn't be Peter. It can't be Peter because in the Gospel of John, the beloved disciple is shown with Peter in some episodes where they're two different people, Peter and John. And sometimes they're kind of in competition with each other. So it can't be Peter. Peter and the beloved disciple. It can't be Peter. It can't be James because everybody knew that the Gospel of John was the last written, and James was the first apostle to be martyred, already recounted in the book of Acts. So James wouldn't have been alive at the time that this book was written. And if it ain't Peter and it ain't James, it's got to be John. And so by process of elimination, people said this is written by John, the son of Zebedee. Okay, so that's John. Okay, so each of these has a different explanation. Luke. The Gospel of Luke has a second volume, the book of Acts. Whoever wrote Luke also wrote the book of Acts. The book of Acts is an account of the spread of Christianity after Jesus' death. The first 30 years after Jesus' death, the main character in the first part of Acts is Peter. The main character in the first, not the first half, the first maybe fourth or third, the main character in the second 2/3 of Acts is Paul. The author of Acts describes what's happening in the lives of the apostles, especially Peter and Paul. But in 4 places in Acts, the author, who does not tell us who he is, the author starts talking in the first person, not about what Paul and his companions were doing, but about what we were doing. These 4 passages that start in chapter 16 are sometimes called the we passages in Acts, because all of a sudden it looks like the author has joined Paul and the others and is doing things with them. And so from the ancient world, it was thought that whoever wrote Acts was one of Paul's companions. And since the same person wrote Luke, then is the same person. So who was it? It's long been thought that both Luke and Acts have a focus on the importance of the message of Christ to Gentiles. That the book of Acts is largely about how the message of salvation went to the Gentile world so that people who were not Jews could be followers of Jesus without becoming Jews. That's one of the major points of Acts. And the question then is, well, who would be interested in that? Probably a Gentile. And so it's likely that this is somebody who's a Gentile. And so it's a Gentile companion of Paul. Well, who are the Gentile companions of Paul that we know about? In the book of Colossians, which is attributed to Paul, even though the majority of scholars critical scholars doubt that Paul wrote it. But whether he wrote it or not, in the early church, they thought he wrote it. And in Colossians, the last chapter, chapter 4, Paul mentions some of his co-workers And he names a couple of them and said, these are the ones from the Jewish people. And then he goes on and names others, which are obviously not Jews, i.e. Gentiles. And he mentions three in particular, Demas, Epaphras, and Luke. And so, well, okay, those are three Gentile apostles. Could companions of Paul the apostle, could one of them have written it? Well, it almost certainly could not have been Demas, because Demas is later somewhere else in the New Testament is said to have abandoned Paul, and Paul was ticked off that Demas had abandoned him. So it's not likely he's going to write a book with Paul as the hero. Epaphras probably didn't write it, because Epaphras appears to be claimed to be the founder of the church in Colossae in the book of Colossians. So he's the one who started the church, the Colossian church. But oddly, among all the churches mentioned in the book of Acts, we don't find the church in Colossae. And so it seems unlikely that the guy who founded that church would overlook that part when talking about Paul's mission. And so that leaves Luke. In Colossians, Luke is called the beloved physician. And so Luke, the doctor, is said, okay, that's the guy. He wrote Acts, and so he wrote the Gospel of Luke. Okay, so that's that account. Next is chronologically is Matthew. Matthew is a little bit trickier because there's not much evidence to suggest why, who wrote it. Unlike, you could mount an argument, at least for Luke and John. What has been long noted, though, is that there's a call of a disciple in Matthew's gospel, the call of Matthew, the tax collector. This disciple is, Matthew, the disciple, is as well called to be a disciple in Mark's gospel. But in Mark's gospel, he's called Levi. So he's called Levi in Mark, but Matthew repeats the story, but he calls him Matthew. Why would that be? Well, the idea is this is somebody who has two names, and he prefers his own name, Matthew. And so Matthew gives you an eyewitness account by Jesus' disciple, Matthew, and the evidence is this call of Matthew in chapter 9. Mark? Why Mark? Well, the Gospel of Mark, people thought, this really, boy, Peter sure figures prominently in this gospel. And, but, I don't think Peter wrote. Peter probably didn't write it. We're not quite sure why people would not attribute it to Peter. One theory that I kind of like, that hardly anybody has, but I kind of like it, is that people in the early church who were assigning names to these gospels knew about a gospel of Peter that was floating around, and they thought it was a heretical text. And maybe they didn't want to call this gospel the Gospel of Peter because it has bad connotations. So they assigned it to somebody who would know what Peter's views were. And you have this thing in Papias about, there being this guy Mark who was Peter's companion. And in the book of 1 Peter, a guy named Mark is named as somebody that Peter knows. And so maybe it's this companion of Peter named Mark. And so it gets attributed to Mark. So at the end of the day, what ends up happening is you have the four Gospels. Two of them are assigned to eyewitnesses, Matthew the tax collector and John, the beloved disciple. And two of them are assigned to companions of apostles, Mark, the companion of Peter, and Luke, the companion of Paul. So you have the testimonies of two eyewitnesses and the testimony of the two main apostles, Peter and Paul, through their companions. So, I'm sorry, Jacob, that was a long answer, but I go into better detail and some more convincing stuff in the book itself.
Oh, no problem. I thought it was great. Let me pull up this question. Paul Val, thank you for your super chat. Have all your audiobooks. Question, your view on Marcion being first. Klinghardt, Kloppenborg, Vincent, IA.
Okay.
Hold on, let me state one more thing. I don't think Kloppenborg thinks that Marcion's gospel is first, just to...
No, I don't think so either. In fact, I'm sure he doesn't. And I don't know if the first thing is... Oh, he's saying he has all my audiobooks. Okay, good, great. I'm glad. Looks like possibly you're from the Netherlands, Paul. I'm getting that right. Good. I'm glad you've got my audiobooks. I'm sure that this book is on audio too, someplace or other. So what about Marcion's gospel being first? This is a very small minority view among scholars. I don't know Klinghardt. I know Vincent a little bit, Marcus Vincent. He was a very, very bright guy. The idea, well, I need to explain it because I don't know how much your listeners will know all the ins and outs of what this question's about. Marcion is a writer who is usually dated to the 2nd century, middle of the 2nd century. We know about him not from his own writings, because, as was the case with Papias earlier, his own writings don't survive, but they are quoted. In this case, they're quoted not just by people who don't think highly of him, the way Papias was. In this case, Marcion's writings are quoted by his true sworn enemies, people who despise him, proto-Orthodox heresiologists. A heresiologist is somebody who studies heresy, but it really means it's somebody who talks about heresy in order to attack it. And so, for example, Irenaeus, whom I mentioned in 185, Tertullian, about 15, 20 years later, write about Marcion, as does Epiphanius later. The main sources for Marcion, though, are Tertullian and Epiphanius. Epiphanius is in the 4th century. Tertullian's around 200, early 3rd century, and they both attack Marcion rather viciously. Tertullian has a 5-volume book opposing Marcion that we still have. You can get it in English translation, and he goes after Marcion because he thinks he's an arch heretic. Marcion was a popular teacher. It is somewhat difficult to reconstruct his biography about his life, but there are basic outlines that look pretty clear to most of us. He started out in a city called Sinope, which is on the southern coast of the Black Sea, south central part of the Dead Sea. He was connected with the shipping industry. He made a lot of money. And at one point in his life, and he was a Christian, at one point of his life, he decided to immigrate to Rome because that's where the action was, where as far as Christianity went. And it looks like he spent about 5 years in Rome developing his theological views that involved his writing 2 books, or producing 2 books. One of his books was called the Antitheses, that I'll explain in a second. The other of his books was a collection of writings that he claimed were authoritative scripture, a New Testament. So I want to say something about both of those books before addressing the question, because anything I say direct answer to this question isn't going to make sense unless people have all this background, about which, of course, a lot more could be said. People have written entire books, very good books, on Marcion. The most recent and probably the best is by Judith Liu, Lieu. Her book on Marcion is sort of the modern classic in the field. So Marcion's theology was deeply rooted in his understanding that the Apostle Paul was the apostle who got everything right, and Jesus' own disciples got everything wrong, and that most Christians have gotten everything wrong because they didn't understand Paul. What Marcion maintained is that Paul's distinction between the law and the gospel, the distinction between the law of Moses and the gospel of Jesus, was a vital distinction that Paul meant absolutely. Paul not only said that a person is made right with God by believing in the gospel of Christ, that he died and rose from the dead, he not only insisted that that was true, he insisted that the other view, that the law of Moses had anything to do with it, was wrong. The law of Moses had nothing to do with it. But for Marcion, that split of law and gospel is extreme. The reason that the law of the Jews has nothing to do with the salvation brought by Jesus is because Jesus represents a different God from the God who gave the law. The Jewish God is not the God of Jesus, and Paul saw that. The God of the Old Testament is a God of wrath, an angry God, and a just God who gives a law that nobody can keep. Everybody breaks it, so he sends them all to hell. That's not the God of Jesus. The God of Jesus is the God of love and mercy. The God of Jesus sent Jesus into the world to save people from the God of the Jews. This world was created by the God of the Jews. This other God is called the stranger God, meaning he's a stranger, meaning he's not connected with this world, and neither is Jesus. If Jesus was connected with this world, he'd be connected with the Creator God. And that's the wrong God. That's the violent God of the Old Testament. That means, though, that Jesus is not part of the creation, which means he wasn't really born. Jesus is not a flesh and blood human born into this material world, because he has nothing to do with this material world. He's a spiritual being sent from the spiritual God to save people from the materialist God of the Old Testament. Okay? So Marcion's Antitheses, his book, The Antitheses, man, we sure wish we had this one still. We have some idea of the things that were in it. It was called The Antitheses because what it did is it contrasted views of the Jewish Bible with the views of Paul and Jesus. And so, for example, in the Hebrew Bible, the children of Israel are told to take the promised land. They have to conquer the promised land. And in the book of Joshua, they're told to go in and destroy the city of Jericho. And so first conquest on the other side of the Jordan there. And so they're told to go attack Jericho. And God tells them, the God of the Jews, the Old Testament God tells them, tells Joshua and the troops, you're supposed to march around the city once a day. Do that for 6 days. On the seventh day, march around 7 times, and then shout and blow the trumpets, and the walls will come tumbling down. And when they do, go into the city and slaughter every man, woman, child, and animal. And they do it. God orders them to kill in cold blood all of these people and animals. So they do. And Marcion says, okay, that's the God of the Old Testament. What's the God of the New Testament say? The God of the New Testament says, love your enemy. If somebody strikes you on one cheek, turn to him the other also. You're to be peacemakers, and so forth and so on. This ain't the same God. So the Antitheses tried to show that the Old Testament God could not be the God of Jesus, and that Paul was the only one who realized it. And the disciples of Jesus, who were Jewish, they didn't get it either. And so that's why Jesus had to appear Paul much later, because like the others weren't getting it still. And so, all right, so that's the Antitheses. In order to buttress his position, Marcion insisted that he had sacred writings that would support his views. Marcion may be the first person, the first Christian to accumulate a set of writings and declare that they are the authorities for Christians. When Christianity started, now I'm talking historically, when they started, they had a canon of scripture. They had the Hebrew Bible. The Old Testament, we call it the Old Testament. The Hebrew Bible was their scripture. They were Jews. They had a Bible. But as people started thinking about the authority of Jesus and the new faith that came about after his death and resurrection, they needed authorities for that. And eventually we got our 27-book canon of the New Testament. Marcion had a canon before the 27-book canon. His may have been the first. It was an 11-book canon. It contained 10 of Paul's letters, the ones we have in the New Testament, minus 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus, and he had a form of our Gospel of Luke. The problem with the Gospel of Luke for Marcion, and the problem with the 10 letters of Paul, is that they seem to affirm the Old Testament. They quote it, and they support it, and they seem to think that the God of the Old Testament is the God of Jesus, and Marcion doesn't agree with those things. So, according to the church fathers, Marcion edited his canon, his 10 letters of Paul and the book of Luke. He edited them with a penknife, as Tertullian says. In other words, he cut out the parts that he thought were not originally there. He thought originally Luke was in a different version, and that Paul's letters were in different versions, and that these people who didn't understand Jesus had changed the texts to make them affirm the God of the Old Testament. But so Marcion is trying to return these texts to their original state, and he does that by cutting out the bits that he thinks are later additions. So you might think, for example, the Jefferson Bible, kind of a comparable thing in the modern period, where you don't want the miracles, you want the sayings, and so you cut out all the miracles. Well, he cuts out all the Old Testament stuff. Okay, that is about a 10-minute introduction, or 7-minute introduction to the question. The question is it possible that Marcion's version of Luke, in fact, is not an edition of Luke that has cut out things? Is it possible that it's the first version of Luke that has had things added to it later? Is that possible? Okay, so there are a couple of things to be said about this. One is, it's a question of whether you're asking whether Marcion himself created the first version of what we call Luke, or if you're saying that Marcion used what is our first version of Luke. See what I'm saying? I mean, you could be saying Marcion invented this thing and he was writing before, he was writing before we think he was living. So the normal dates for his activities that people give are that he went to Rome in the year 139 and he stayed there till 145, and he spent those years developing his theology, writing his books, and then at the end of it, he tried to convince the church leaders in Rome that his views were right, and they didn't think so, and they kicked him out of the church. Okay, that's so in 145. So that his version would have been written in the 140s. And so if you think that Marcion wrote the original version of Luke before the additions were made, if you think he wrote it, one way to do that is to say that he was writing well before the 140s, and to date him earlier, date him around the year 100. Most scholars who are experts in this stuff find that highly problematic, that he was writing that early. You could say, though, that Marcion didn't invent this form of Luke, that it's simply that the version of Luke he had available to him was this other version that was without these parts in it, and that this was original Luke. Now, that's a different proposition, and in some ways, for me, it's a more interesting proposition. For me, it's interesting in part because I think one aspect of it could be right. I personally, this isn't, I don't want to make it sound like it's just like one day I came to an opinion. I mean, after looking into this stuff really hard for a really long time, I came to the judgment that I don't think originally Luke had chapters 1 and 2. Our Luke 1 and 2, I think, were not originally in Luke's gospel. I have extended reasons for saying this. You can find those reasons in my course. And did Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John write Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? But the thing is that Luke chapters 1 and 2 give the birth narrative of Jesus, and the events mentioned in these two chapters never get mentioned anywhere else in all of Luke or in the book of Acts. They're both long books. You put Luke and Acts together, and it's 1/4 of the New Testament. And the later books don't say anything about Jesus being born of a virgin, being born in Bethlehem, if anything like that. That's in Luke, in the chapters 1 and 2. The writing style is different from the rest of Luke. It's a very different writing style. The beginning of Luke, chapter 3, verse 1, sure sounds like the beginning of a gospel. And so I don't think it had 1 and 2, and I don't think Marcion's version of Luke had 1 and 2. He was attacked for taking off chapters 1 and 2 with his penknife. But I suspect that if he had a form of Luke that didn't have 1 and 2, and that there were different forms floating around. That's not to say, though, that I agree with the hypothesis that Marcion's Luke was earlier than Mark, Matthew, and John, because I think Luke did circulate with chapters 1 and 2. I don't think the whole thing that Marcion has, which is kind of a truncated version of our Luke, I don't think that all of that was the original Luke. I just think it originally didn't have chapters 1 and 2. My view is the view, I don't know, apart from Marcus, I don't know Klingart, I don't know Marcus Vincent. I don't know, I don't think most people are convinced at all that Marcion's version was the earlier version.
JC, thank you for your super chat. Are the crocus rosettas on the crosses at Chateau telling us something about the Mary Magdalene tradition? Did Saneri get the idea from the rosettas of Lady Carcass of Carcassonne?
I have to say I don't know much about it. I know that this is a deal in the Da Vinci Code, but I don't really know. I don't know enough to even comment on it. I will say that I've discussed at length other aspects of what is found in the Da Vinci Code, Dan Brown's novel, The Da Vinci Code. I wrote a book called Fact and Fiction in the Da Vinci Code. I don't deal with this particular thing, but I do deal with what it says about Mary Magdalene otherwise to show how historically Dan Brown's portrayal of Mary Magdalene and the Emperor Constantine and the historical Jesus and the Council of Nicaea are just completely wrong, up and down the line, just provably wrong. But I don't deal with any of this particular material.
TELENIKON, thank you for your super chat. How is it possible to take the pseudo-Pauline letters seriously if they are acknowledged as forgeries? Shouldn't Christians be outraged to have forgeries in their scriptural canon?
So again, this is a very interesting and complicated question. I've written 2 books that deal with it. A book for a general audience is my book called Forged, with a subtitle, which I don't give these things their subtitles, but or the titles. This thing was called Forged, Why the Authors of the Bible Are Not Who We Think They Are. So, okay, yeah, good. And it's not just the pseudo-Pauline epistles. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John weren't Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But there it is, Forged. Thank you. And I have a longer book, too. It's called Forgery and Counter-Forgery, the Use of Literary Deceit in the Early Christian Tradition. That one's for people who don't mind a little heavy-hitting scholarship. And so if you want the kind of version that is, not kind of going out of its way to sound scholarly, the Forged is perfectly fine. But if you really want the hard-hitting stuff, it's my Forgery and Counter-Forgery book. Matthew, Mark, and Luke don't claim to be written by Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and so the authors they're not lying about it. Somebody later assigned them to somebody who didn't write them. It's not the writer's fault. The pseudo-Pauline letters and 1st and 2nd Peter and James and Jude, lots of other books in the New Testament actually claim to be written by certain authors who didn't write them. Today, we would call those things forgeries. And scholars tend to be reluctant to call them forgeries because forgery has such a negative connotation. And some scholars don't think it's appropriate for the ancient world. And in my books, I try to explain why, in fact, the ancient terms are just as bad or even worse than forgery in terms of negative connotations, and that it's completely appropriate to talk about it for the ancient world because people in the ancient world talked about it and said nasty things about it. It was considered lying to write a book claiming to be an author you weren't. And in fact, one of the terms they use for books like this, they just call them pseudoi, which means lies. Most scholars don't like calling them forgeries, though, and they call them pseudepigrapha. Pseudepigrapha literally means something like false writings, but it technically means writings that are entitled with a lie. So that's not much of a better term when you think about it. The pseudo-Pauline letters are the 6 letters that scholars think Paul did not write that claim to be written by Paul in the New Testament. There are other books outside the New Testament that also claim to be written by Paul that he did not write. For example, there's a 3rd Corinthians. There's a letter to the Laodiceans. There's an exchange of letters between Paul and the Roman philosopher Seneca, all of them forged. But so the ones in the New Testament are Ephesians, Colossians, 2nd Thessalonians, 1st and 2nd Timothy, and Titus, those 6. These all claim to be written by Paul, and scholars have very good reasons that I lay out in these books for why Paul probably didn't write them, or almost certainly didn't write them. And the question here is, how can you take them seriously if they're forgeries? And shouldn't Christians be outraged that they have forgeries in their canon? So these are two different questions with very different answers. First of all, how do you take them seriously? Well, it depends what you mean by taking them seriously. And the question is, seriously for what? If you mean seriously for showing what Paul actually wrote, or for showing what Paul taught, or what Paul believed, or what he preached, or what he did, then you cannot probably use these books for understanding Paul's life and teachings. With that said, most scholars don't. Critical scholars, if they write a book on the views of Paul about Christ as Christology, or views of Paul about salvation, or whatever topic they want to talk about Paul, they almost always stick to the 7 undisputed letters, which, as I've said, are not really undisputed. Since everything's disputed in scholarship, there are people who say, yeah, Paul didn't really write this book, but not very many. Almost everybody agrees on the 7 undisputed. And so anybody who's writing a book about Paul, even if they think Paul, they might think, Paul probably did write Colossians, or they think, I think Paul did write 2 Thessalonians. Even if that's their view, typically they stick to the 7 undisputed letters because they know that there are people who doubt whether Paul wrote the others. So if you're talking about how do you take them seriously for Pauline, understanding Paul, they're problematic for that. They can, though, be taken seriously for other things. I take them just as seriously as I take the undisputed letters, because because I'm interested in the undisputed letters for what they can tell me historically about what's happening in a particular time and place and among some people in early Christianity. Paul's letters are invaluable. The undisputed letters are invaluable. They tell us about Christian communities that otherwise we have no information about. And this is a first-hand account of these communities that Paul himself founded. And I take them very seriously to understand the theology of one of the major figures in the history of Christianity. I take the pseudo-Pauline letters seriously as well, but not for those reasons, but for other reasons. I'm interested in the pseudo-Pauline letters, just to take one example, the letter of Ephesians, which claims to be written by Paul, but seems to represent views, I do argue, does represent different views from Paul. What it shows is not what Paul really thought. It shows how a later community thought that it had the right interpretation of Paul and got it completely wrong. It shows us what happens in the history of Christianity after Paul's day among his own churches. One of the things that happens in Ephesians is many readers don't notice this. Scholars have noticed it for a long time. Paul, in the undisputed letters, especially in Galatians and Romans, insists that a person is made right with God apart from keeping the Jewish law. You're justified by faith in Christ, not by works of the law. He's emphatic about that, and that's his phrasing. Justified by faith, not by works of the law. In Ephesians, we find a very strong statement that a person is justified by faith and not by works. And it sounds just the same until you look closely at both what Paul's saying and what Ephesians is saying. Paul's talking about you are not justified by being Jewish, by doing the things that God commanded Jews to do in order to be Jews. In particular, Paul says if you're a Gentile man and you've come to be a believer in Jesus, you do not have to be circumcised. Paul's opponents said, well, of course you do. Paul's Christian opponents among Jewish followers of Jesus said, of course you do, because God gives circumcision to Abraham as an eternal covenant. All of the people of God will be circumcised. And so Abraham circumcised his non-Jewish slaves. You've got to circumcise anybody who's a follower of the God of Abraham. And Paul argued, no, you don't. So they went back and forth. The issue was, did you have to keep the rulings of the law in order to be a follower of Jesus? Paul says no. When you get to Ephesians, the author of Ephesians, who calls himself Paul, is not talking about that. It sounds like he's talking like Paul because he says you're justified by faith, not by works. but he doesn't mean works of the law. He doesn't mean circumcision and keeping kosher and observing the Sabbath and so forth. He means doing good deeds. You can't do enough good deeds to be saved. It sounds like Paul, but he's talking about something else. And it's not clear. He knows he's talking about something else. And so there's like lots of that kind of thing in Ephesians where he talks about something that Paul talks about, but he says something that's different, in some cases, really even more contradictory than that. And so it's interesting. The reason I take it seriously, because it tells us about what's happening in Pauline Christianity after Paul's day. As a historian, I take it with utmost seriousness. Now, the second question, though, is how can Christians, why aren't they outraged that they have forgeries in their scriptures? Two responses. One is conservative Christians who have a very high view of Scripture as the inspired Word of God typically don't think that there are forgeries in Scripture. They would say that the evidence that critical scholars mount to argue that Paul did not write Ephesians or Colossians or 2 Thessalonians or 1 Timothy, they'd say that evidence is not convincing. Paul really did write it. He wrote it. It's in the Bible. And so it's Pauline. And so that's, that would be one response. What about more liberal Christians who are interested in doing history as well as having faith, who don't believe in the inerrancy of the Bible? Aren't they outraged? They tend not to be. When I first encountered this, I went to Princeton Theological Seminary. I was an evangelical at the time. I did not believe there were any pseudepigrapha in the New Testament. I wouldn't bring myself to say the word forgery. But when I started thinking, I finally got to a point where I said, I just can't see how 1 Timothy could be written by Paul. And I got to that point when I studied and thought about it and just looked into it, looked at both sides of everything. I just don't believe he could have written this book, and I said, then I ended up saying the same thing about Titus. And I ended up saying, yeah, okay, I don't think any of these six actually goes back to Paul. I was still a Christian. And I wasn't outraged because as a Christian at the time, I was not a fundamentalist and I didn't have a fundamentalist view of the inerrancy of the Bible. I thought the Bible was a very human book through which God spoke. And I thought God could speak through a pseudonymous writing as well as any other kind of writing. Why not? Why not? My teacher, Bruce Metzger, had he was a prominent scholar and a very pious Christian who believed that 2 Peter was not written by Peter, even though it vehemently claims to be written by Peter, but he still considered it scripture. And when my teacher, Bruce Metzger, would talk about, the myth of creation in Genesis, the conservative students would get all over him. How can you call it a myth? It's in the inspired Word of God. And Metzger, who's a very conservative Christian in lots of ways, just about every way, he'd say, well, who said God can't inspire a myth? So it's you that God inspired the forgeries. Okay, whatever. So you can have a range of explanations with it, and it's only if you're a fundamentalist that it causes huge problems. You have to say, yeah, there can't be any in there.
JC, thank you for your super chat. Could the white stone of Revelation 2 be the Luke stele?
I don't think the white stone of Revelation 2 exists. So I don't, if that's what the question is. Yeah.
Captain Dadpole, thank you for your super chat. I've noticed some scholars are starting to lean towards a later dating for the Gospels due to how little they are quoted. What are your thoughts?
I'm not, so this is purely anecdotal. In my experience, I'm not noticing that there's a lot of late dating going on, except somewhat with Luke and John. With Luke, I think it's because some scholars have become convinced over the last 20 years or so, maybe more, that the author of Luke, who also wrote the book of Acts, is dependent in Acts on the writings of Josephus. That some very, very fine scholars think that Luke had access to Josephus's writings, and including his Antiquities, which was written in the mid-90s, around 93. of the Common Era. And if Luke had access to a copy of Josephus' Antiquities, it had to be in circulation for a while, so it couldn't be before the early 2nd century probably. And people have started dating the book of Acts to the year 120. Now, if you think that, because the use of Josephus, if you think that Luke is written by the same person and that the Luke and Acts are written near the same time, as most people always thought, then you'd have to say, well, then Luke was written, sometime before around 120. A couple of provisos with that. You could say that Luke was written much earlier and Acts was written much later. You could say that a different author wrote Luke and Acts. You could say that you don't think that that the book of Acts shows evidence or compelling evidence of being written by somebody who knew Josephus. That's my line. I'm just not convinced that the book of Acts is dependent on Josephus, but some are. So that would be Luke. I suppose that's the reason. For John, I don't know. People are starting to date a little bit later. Usually it's been dated around 90 to 95. People are starting to say around the year 100. And I'm not sure they have any good reason for that any more than people have that good of a reason to say 90. I mean, there's not much, really just not much to go on when it comes to dating one of these things. When you date a gospel, or when you date any writing from the ancient world that doesn't have a date on it, you take several steps. The first step you take is you figure out when it had to be written after. After what was it written? And have an obvious example. If you've got a biography of Jesus, if you've got a gospel of Jesus, it has to be written after the death of Jesus. Okay, good. So that gives you a start. Moreover, if you think it's written in Greek, which it is, then it has to be sometime after Christianity had spread to Greek areas where there were a lot of stories told about Jesus. Okay, how long does that take? So you just figure out, okay, when does it have to be written after at least? And when it comes to the Gospels, most scholars think that all 4 Gospels are written by people who know that the temple was destroyed because they refer to it. There can be debates about whether they really knew about it or not, but it seems pretty convincing to most critical scholars that even Mark is being written right after the destruction of the temple, or at least like when it's imminent. And so Mark's usually dated to sometime after 70 when the temple was destroyed. So if you could show that Mark knew the destruction of the temple, if you could show that Matthew used Mark, then you could say Mark is after 70 and Matthew has to be after Mark. And so that gives you the after which thing. Then you try to find before when was it written. And for that, what you look for are places where somebody else quotes it. If you can show that somebody quotes the Gospel of John, then the Gospel of John had to be written before that person was writing. And so what you do is you set parameters where you get it couldn't have been written before this and it couldn't have been written after that. And sometimes that evidence is secure. Sometimes the evidence is relatively secure. Sometimes it's quite iffy, and you argue about it. But then you come to a conclusion. Look, Justin Martyr, he is quoting Matthew and Luke. He may not name them Matthew and Luke, but these quotations are definitely Matthew. Okay, so you say, right. So it's got to be 150. And for all 4 Gospels, Irenaeus in 185 quotes Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and calls them Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Okay, so let's just say it's got to be between 70 and 185, and then Justin appears to be quoting the Matthew and Luke, so they're so they're 150. So it's sometime between 75 and 150. Okay, so where within that period do you think? And that's when you have to, it gets a little trickier, because you have quotations of Jesus already in the Didache, which is written around the year 100, that sound like they come from Matthew and Luke. You have a passage in Ignatius writing around the year 110 or 112, which seems to show that he knows about the story of the wise men following a star, which is in Matthew, and so forth. So you have to debate. Is he getting this from Matthew? Getting it from somewhere else? What's the evidence, this way or the other? But you do it like that. When you do it like that, most people are pretty convinced that these books are written still at the end of the 1st century after the destruction of the temple, but before you start getting authors like Ignatius and Polycarp and such. And so they're kind of guesstimates, but they're guesstimates that do have clear boundaries.
Let's get to the next super chat. Phil Rocker, thank you for your super chat. Love your work. What are your thoughts on Richard C. Miller's work, including Resurrection and Reception in Early Christianity?
Well, I'll tell you, I remember reading that, but I don't remember what I concluded about it. Sorry. When I read that book, it was it was when it just came out, and I actually took notes on it. And I'm sorry, if you had asked me this and hadn't given me a chance to look it up, I would have had something to say. I'm sorry. I remember thinking that it was an impressive book in some ways, but I don't remember either being overwhelmed by it or being underwhelmed by it. And so that's usually how I am by books, I guess. Sorry. I'm sorry that, I'm sorry.
No problem at all. J West 14, thank you for your super chat. Was Matthew's nativity story a later addition?
So I mentioned earlier that I think that Luke 1 and 2 was added later to Luke's gospel. Some people, I didn't come up with that. That's been a view that's been around for a while, and I think there's good evidence for it. It's debated. I doubt if it's the majority view, but it's a view that some people have. I'm one of them. Matthew, there are a few people who argue that Matthew chapters 1 and 2 are also an addition to Matthew, that it originally did not have the birth narrative. And I disagree with that one. I think Matthew really did have chapters 1 and 2. The evidence is completely different in the two cases. I discussed this one, by the way, in a course on the course of Matthew that I just did. I did an 8-lecture course on Matthew that you can find at my website, bartehrman.com, where I talk about textual changes to Matthew in one of my lectures. And I include the question, was Matthew 1 and 2 originally there or not? And I think I really think it was, because unlike Luke, the material in Matthew 1 and 2 coincides very closely with what you get in the rest of Matthew. You get the views of Jesus are the same. The idea that Jesus came to fulfill Scripture, that there are explicit prophecies of Scripture that Jesus literally fulfilled, you find that abundantly in the first 2 chapters, and you find it throughout the rest in other places in the gospel. The importance of Jesus' Jewishness is stressed quite strongly in the beginning and throughout Matthew's gospel, et cetera, et cetera. It coincides so well. And in particular, in this course I gave a lecture where part of the lecture was showing how the story of the wise men visiting Jesus it's a really problematic story historically. I mean, it's like, man, there are all sorts of problems trying to figure that one, how that could have happened. I don't think it could have happened the way it's described. But what I do in this talk is I try to show how that one story, it's 12 verses long, encapsulates virtually the entire Gospel of Matthew. It presents Matthew's views of Jesus in a nutshell, and in ways people wouldn't expect. And so I kind of try to uncover that gem, and it's in the first 2 chapters of Matthew. So I think the rest of Matthew's gospel is intricately interwoven in chapters 1 and 2. And so I think it was originally part of it.
Musings from an Old Mancy. Thank you for your super chat. Hello, I'm Mr. Q. A source is a source, of course, and no one can dig up the saying source. That is, of course, unless the source is the famous Mr. Q.
This person is dating himself or herself, or else watches a lot of reruns. Mr. Ed, are you kidding me? Okay, call me Mr. Ed. Right. So Q has become a debated issue these days. Again, back when I was studying this stuff seriously for the first time in graduate school, Q was a non-problematic proposition. As I think I said earlier, you have Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and that it's usually conceded that Matthew and Luke used Mark as one of their sources. but they have materials, especially sayings material, that they have in common, sometimes verbatim, word for word the same, that cannot be found in Mark. And you can't get verbatim agreements between sources unless somebody's copying somebody or they're both copying something else. Q, by definition, is the source that provided Matthew and Luke with their materials that are not found in Mark, that they share. Matthew and Luke share a lot of materials, almost all sayings, not completely, but almost all sayings that are not in Mark. They didn't get them from Mark because Mark doesn't have them. And there are reasons for thinking that Luke did not copy Matthew and that Matthew did not copy Luke. If that's the case, then they must have gotten them from some other source. Scholars who came up with this view were working in Germany in the 19th century, and they called this the sayings source because it provided the sayings that was the source for many of the sayings of Matthew and Luke. Source, so if it's the sayings source in German is Quelle. That's the word for source. It's spelled Quelle. And so scholars started just calling this thing Q for short. It refers to the hypothetical document used by Matthew and Luke for their material not found in Mark. When I was in graduate school, everybody basically took Q for granted because there really are good reasons for thinking that Matthew didn't copy Luke and that Luke didn't copy Matthew. And so Q was fairly non-problematic, even though everybody knew we didn't have it, but it was a hypothetical source with good evidence behind it. What happened as a result of people saying it was non-problematic is people started writing these really speculative books about Q and saying all sorts of things about Q. Some things that just about everybody seemed to assume is true. Like the common line was Q did not have a passion narrative. The reason for thinking that is because Matthew and Luke don't have any traditions, any stories, any sayings in their passion narratives that they agree on that are not found in Mark. So there wasn't any, so it doesn't come from Q. Therefore, Q didn't have a passion narrative. That's a flawed piece of logic. It's just amazing to me that people got away with that one for so long. The fact that Matthew and Luke don't have shared materials in the passion narrative that are not found in Mark does not prove that Q did not have a passion narrative. It just means that if it did, that both Matthew and Luke didn't quote it. So I always drawn a firm distinction between what you can say was in Q and what you cannot say was not in Q. You can't say what was not in Q, because if the whole idea is if you got the source and that Matthew copies some of it, Luke copies some of it, and so they share these things. Well, there may be places where Q had something that Matthew copied that Luke didn't copy. Or there could be places in Q that Luke copied and Matthew didn't copy, in which case you'd have something only in Luke or only in Matthew that came from Q. That could have happened in the Passion narrative. And there could have been places in Q that neither Matthew nor Luke copied. The agreements of Matthew and Luke in material against Mark tells you what's in Q, but it doesn't tell you what's not in Q. So that was one kind of big problem that almost everybody had. And people started writing books about the theology of Q, by which they meant the theology of a collection of Jesus sayings, a list of Jesus sayings without a passion narrative. What kind of theology would somebody like that have? Well, it sounds kind of like the Gospel of Thomas. And so maybe it had a kind of theology of Jesus sayings like the Gospel of Thomas. So you have a book on that. Or the community of Q. What was the community like that was behind the Q source? You don't even have the Q source. You write a book about the community behind it. And so all of that started happening in, especially in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, into the 80s. Now, I said that it's a disputed topic. The reason it's disputed is because there are scholars now who are saying that Q probably did not exist. There have always been scholars who said that, but the vast majority of scholars have found the evidence for Q compelling. And most of us still do. It's not a perfect solution to the synoptic problem, to the problem of why Matthew, Mark, and Luke are so similar in so many ways and yet have differences. Q is still considered by most people the best solution. But there's another view that's out there that has been around for a very long time that now is being brought back to life. So the main person propounding this is Mark Goodacre, who is my friend and who teaches at Crosstown rival Duke. And we've known each other for years and years, decades. But he doesn't think there's a queue, and he agrees with the view that his teacher maintained, Michael Goulder, which was the view that his teacher maintained, who's a guy named Farrer, and it's called the Farrer hypothesis, which is that Matthew used Mark and Luke used Matthew and Mark. That explains why sometimes Luke agrees with Matthew and Mark, sometimes agrees with Matthew but not Mark, sometimes agrees with Mark and not Matthew. So it's because Luke used them both. That is, I think everybody can admit, that's a simpler solution to how the three relate to each other, because you don't have to hypothesize a non-existent source. So to that extent, it's a simpler solution. But in the opinion of most of us, it creates more problems than it solves, which get down into kind of technical things. But for example, why it is, if Luke used Matthew and he used Mark, why is it whenever there's material that he gets from Matthew that is not found in Mark, he puts it in a different location? But the material that's in Matthew that is in Mark, he puts in the same location as Matthew. Why do his agreements in sequencing happen to be in material not found that's in Matthew that's not found in Mark? How is he doing this exactly? Was he taking every 3 words and seeing if it's in Mark once he finds it in Matthew? How does he do this exactly? Let's read through all of Mark. How's that work? And so there are problems with this, and it's down in the weeds, and people go way further down in the weeds. But Mark Goodacre's been propounding this, and his students, his graduate students, his PhD students, and other people are being convinced by it. And so it's a bona fide option to the idea that there was a Q, which I think probably what our muser, who is Mr. Q, was wondering about.
Mr. Warlight, thank you for your super chat. What do you make of the historical parallel that the main companion of Apollonius of Tyana is Damas, and Paul states in 2 Timothy that Demas departed him because he chose the world over Christianity?
It's a good question. I don't have an answer for it. I mean, it looks to me like an accidental agreement. There are probably more differences between Damas and Demas than there are similarities. We don't have much information about Demas from 2 Timothy. I think that so I don't know the answer. Apollonius of Tyana would have been thriving in the period right before 2 Timothy was written, so it's possible that people had heard stories about him. I don't know if Damas was as well known at the time, but he is attributed to being the main companion of Apollonius. And so it is an interesting coincidence. But unless there's some kind of compelling reason to think that one knew about the other, it doesn't really get us very far. I think there is no way to think that the author of 2 Timothy was familiar with the stories of Apollonius of Tyana. And I don't think there's any way that the author who tells about Apollonius tells us about Apollonius of Tyana would have known 2 Timothy. So unless you have some reason, somebody has some reason for kind of an argument for how they could have known about each other or whatever, then I would just talk up to just an interesting coincidence. But I have no horse in the race, and would be happy to be convinced otherwise.
James Valiant, thank you for your super chat. Professor Ehrman is always great. Thank you both.
Okay, thank you.
Levintinian, thank you for your super chat. Who wrote the Evangelion? Was it written before or after Luke? What is its relationship, if any, with Q? You want to give a brief answer to that, since we kind of touched on it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if this means if this person's referring to Marcion's Evangelion. The word so I probably need to say a little bit more about it. The word Evangelion simply means gospel, and so that could refer to any gospel. Yeah, it does look like this person's referring to Marcion's Evangelion. I think that it is an edited version of Luke, and that I think that Marcion, I do think that Marcion had some form of Luke available to him. One interesting question in relation to it is, why did he call it the Evangelion? He calls so he's got this canon of scripture where he's got, well, I didn't quite get into it. I said that he's got the 10 letters of Paul, and he has a form of Luke. I guess I did say that. Those are the 11 books that he has, but he doesn't call them Luke, and he calls the Luke portion the Evangelion, and the Paul portion the Apostolos, the apostle. So it's the gospel and the apostle, are the two parts of his canon. And I think that these are, I don't think that either part was written before Luke or Paul. But one interesting question is, did the form of Luke that he had available to him, was it identified as Luke already? I think the answer is no. He's getting this, probably becoming acquainted with it when he's a young man, maybe in the 120s or so. I don't think Luke was named yet. And so why wouldn't he call it the Evangelion? I don't think he knew that it had a name attached to it. But the other question is, why does he, what was the other question? Hold on a second. There's another question about this that is really, I've been answering so many questions now, I've gotten mixed up in my head what the other question was about the oh yeah, this is the other question. Why does he use that one? Why doesn't he use Matthew? Or why doesn't he use John or Mark? Why does he use this one, Luke? And people have debated that one. The answer somebody might make is that since his hero is Paul, the Evangelion is the one that written by Luke, the companion of Paul. But it doesn't look like it was called Luke, and there's nothing to indicate that anybody thought it was written by the companion of Paul at the time. My view of this is that this happens to be the gospel that was in his hometown when he was growing up. It's one he grew up with in church, and so that's the one he used.
Sword of Plowshares, thank you for your super chat. If chapters 1 and 2 of Luke are later additions, including Luke 1 to 1:4, then what evidence do we have the original author of Luke also wrote Acts?
Great question. And I didn't get into this part of it because I thought I was already going too long and too deep. I don't think Luke 1, chapter 1, verses 1 through 4, I don't think that they were missing from the original Luke. In other words, what I think happened with when I said chapters 1 and 2 weren't there, I mean starting with verse 5. So for those who don't know what we're talking about here, Luke 1, verses 1 through 4 are the verses where the author, he begins by saying, many have undertaken to write an account of the things that have been accomplished among us, oh dear Theophilus, but I've followed these things closely, and now I'm going to write you an accurate account. Okay, that's basically what he says in these 4 verses. And then he launches into the story of the birth of John the Baptist. My view is that Luke's gospel did not have the birth narratives of chapters 1 and 2, but it did. This is the original beginning of Luke, that he said that, and then then the next verse, which would have been chapter 1, verse 5, I guess, the next verse is what is now chapter 3, verse 1, when he dates the appearance of John the Baptist. So he states the first 4 verses, and then he goes right into the John the Baptist narrative, just as his source Mark did, but done differently. But he begins with John the Baptist. So I'm sorry, Swords of Plowshares, I should have said that earlier, that I think that the prologue of Luke was originally the prologue of Luke. And as you've noted, it's very similar to the prologue of Acts, where again, the same author says, now that I've said everything that Jesus said and did, let me continue, oh dear Theophilus, So and so it's pretty clear he's claiming to be the same person. So I think it was originally part of the gospel.
Karen Richardson, thank you for your super sticker. Appreciate it. J West 14, thank you for your super chat. Could Cassius Dio's story of King Tiridates and Magi's travel to Rome be the origin for Matthew's nativity story, or vice versa?
Yeah, people have wondered about that and have suggested it. And what do we know? So Cassius Dio, of course, is writing long after Matthew. Probably a century, a little bit over a century after Matthew, but he's repeating some kind of tradition. My sense is that they're both using a kind of trope that is floating around about wise men from the East who travel either to bring their wisdom or to acquire more wisdom, and so these are exotic tales of exotic people who are astronomers or who are philosophers who travel and make some kind of impact on the place that they arrive at. And I think that's probably a trope of some kind. In other words, kind of a formal story that's floating around. And I suspect that both the Cassius Dio and the Matthew stories are just participating in that trope, that they're not like related or dependent on each other.
TELENIKON, thank you for your super chat. Each successive gospel in the New Testament canon seem like modern movie remakes. Was it this kind of creative license why John's gospel chose to switch events around, such as Jesus' upsetting the temple?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And what I would say is that both Matthew and Luke are remakes of Mark, because they clearly had Mark as a source, and they're trying to they expand Mark. They especially Luke takes things out of Mark's narrative. Matthew does a little bit. Luke does a little bit more. They repeat most of Mark. Most of Mark is in Matthew, and less is in Luke, but still, most of Mark's still in Luke. And so they're doing remakes, Hollywood remakes in the sense, and the remakes are significant. They're not just kind of like doing the same story again. Both Matthew and Luke end up retelling the story in ways that are significant, so that if you really want to understand what Matthew's talking about, you have to understand how it's different from the source that he used. That's how I developed my understanding of Matthew in this course that I did recently. Luke is the same thing. He has remade Mark in significant ways, so that if you want to understand Luke's Jesus, you've got to understand how he's changed his source, because it's like a Hollywood remake where you got the original and then you change it around. The question is whether John is like that. And the issue is another issue that has become debated that used to not be debated. Or rather, I should say, it's always been debated since the Enlightenment, but the pendulum keeps swinging. So 30 years ago, this wasn't much of a debate. Now it's a debate. Whether John knew Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Many of us were trained to think no. Matthew, Mark, and Luke are sufficiently different from John that it doesn't look like John actually used them. And I still insist that's true, certainly in a strict sense. John certainly didn't use Matthew, Mark, and Luke the way that Matthew used Matthew used Mark, because Matthew actually is copying words, word for word. I mean, you can show, I think you could show that Matthew used Mark, verbatim agreements. The question is, how high is your standard of proof? When it comes to who copied whom in the ancient world, I have a fairly high standard, very high. I think the person who thinks that one author copied another bears the burden of proof and has to have some pretty good evidence. And if you have word for word agreements, that's good evidence. Is the fact they tell similar stories? Could be. If they're like weird stories you wouldn't expect two people independently to tell. Or if they tell them the same sequence, possibly. Depends on the sequence. If you got a sequence of story where somebody's baptized and then they have a ministry, then they go to Jerusalem and then they get killed, then they get raised from the dead. I mean, that sequence is just kind of the sequence people told about the stories of Jesus. So like those, if you have that sequence, it doesn't mean you're getting it from, Matthew or you got it from Luke. It's just like, this is the form that people are telling the stories. So I think you've got to have some pretty good evidence. And there are very fine scholars. Some of the finest scholars of John right now are saying, yes, they think that John used Matthew, Mark, and Luke. If so, it is more than a remake. It is like, man, it's a new movie with by somebody who knew the earlier movies. Maybe it's about the same character, but it is a different movie. But it is an interesting analogy because it's a similar phenomenon in a sense that you've seen or heard one version, and now you're going to talk about the same topic in a sense, but do a different version of it.
John Petkos, thank you for your super chat. Appreciate it. Can you tell us a bit about the distorted memories and the death of Jesus?
Right. Okay. We're back to my book, Jesus Before the Gospels. Let me say, I think this is one book that I allowed the wrong title to go on because people don't realize what this book is about. And I was just writing somebody today, and I said, I think this is the best book I've ever read I've ever written that nobody's read. It's not as widely read as some of my other books, even though I think it's in some ways it's really one of my more important books because it tries to deal with this issue of memory and how people in the ancient world remembered Jesus. And I have to explain, you can remember something that you didn't experience yourself. If somebody tells you a story, like one of your siblings tells you a story about one of your parents, and it's not something you saw, but you hear from your sibling. You remember hearing the story, and in that sense, you remember what your parent did. It's that. So memory isn't just something that happened to you. It's not just something you memorize. Memory is a complicated thing, and in my book, I'll tell you, this was a fun book to write because I spent 2 years doing almost nothing in my research except reading psychological studies of memory, like things by people who had nothing to do with the New Testament, nothing about Jesus, nothing about religion, just how do we know how memory works? And how do we know how stories get passed along in oral cultures? Cultures who don't have writing, we always heard that they remember things perfectly because they have to. They can't check the writing. So they train themselves, so they memorize everything and they pass them along accurately. And they don't make mistakes, and they take measures to make sure they don't make mistakes. And we all heard that. And so I decided to look into it and actually not to read what New Testament people say, who haven't read any research about it, but just repeating what they heard some other New Testament person say. I decided to read anthropological studies about oral cultures because there's a lot of anthropological studies of oral cultures. And to read, so I was just reading all this had nothing to do with the New Testament. And oh man, this was so enlightening. But one of the things that I was very interested in was this issue of distorted memories or false memories, which is a very big topic among psychologists, especially, but also among anthropologists and sociologists who are studying group memories, how memories get changed. And just on the psychological level, it is scary when you start reading this stuff in some ways, this literature, because psychologists have ways of proving things about what you remember and don't remember. Like, for example, the day after you hear about 9/11, for those of you old enough to have experienced 9/11, as I did, all of us, every one of us who heard about it, remember where we were, who we were with, how we heard it, etc. Okay, fair enough. So some psychologists, a couple of psychologists and teaching in a university somewhere in America, had, after the event, had their students write down where they were, who they were with, how they heard it, that kind of thing. And then a couple years later, had them go back and look at their answers, and their memories were completely different. Oh no, that's not how it happened. It happened like this. And so psychologists have ways of showing whether you remember things well or not. And the studies are so interesting and so creative, sometimes fantastic. So I learned all that stuff in order to write about what can we say about how the memories of Jesus. People were repeating stories about Jesus in oral cultures. So how do oral cultures transfer their knowledge? How do they transmit their information? And how do people remember? How do people remember what they experienced? How do people remember what they heard, what they read? Do people have distorted memories? Here's a scary fact. We cannot tell the difference between a false memory and a true memory. in our head. They both seem exactly alike. You can't evaluate a memory and say, oh yeah, that one really happened. Oh, no, there's no difference in how you experience them in your head, which means you're just as convinced by your false memories as by your true memories. So there's like study after study after study that proves this. So anyway, so my question, once I had that stuff under my belt, I wanted to know about the teachings of Jesus, the deeds of Jesus, the death of Jesus. And so what kind of distorted memories do we have about the death of Jesus? Well, I mean, I have a whole section in my book, maybe even a chapter in my book about this. I mean, I'll give you one thing. I mean, the thing that precipitated Jesus' death, according to Matthew, Mark, and Luke, is that he went into the temple. And he comes to Jerusalem for a Passover feast. He goes into the temple and he overturns all these tables of people exchanging money and people selling animals, and he drives them all out of the temple. And according to Mark, he didn't allow anyone to carry anything through the temple. Okay, that's our first account. And it's obviously a little bit longer than that. But the point of this is this bit about he didn't allow anybody to carry anything through the temple. How does that work exactly? In the sacrificial cult that's going on in the temple, there's sacrifices going on. You can't have sacrifices if people can't carry knives and bowls filled with blood and carcasses and skins. But Jesus stopped the whole proceeding. Jesus stopped the temple cult in Jerusalem? Like he brought it to first of all, how does that happen? The temple was, the walls around the temple could enclose 25 American football fields. Big. How does one man stop that? And how could Jesus have done that and the temple authorities not arrest him on the spot? And so, like, you can go through these things and like, man, it just looks like an exaggeration. Somebody's not remembering this thing right. Or, like the choice of Barabbas over Jesus, where Pontius Pilate gives the people, it's done differently in different gospels. And so part of the problem is you get different stories that don't agree with each other. But apart from that, just the basic concept, Pontius Pilate decides to release a prisoner to the Jewish crowds on the Passover to appease them because it's their great holy day. And he offers up to them either Jesus, whom he hopes they take, or this guy Barabbas, who is an insurrectionist who's in jail for murder. And the Jewish people want the murderer rather than the Son of God. This is an anti-Jewish story. Of course, the story is bad-mouthing Jews for wanting the wrong kind of person. They want somebody who's going to sponsor a violent rebellion against Rome. That's who they prefer to somebody who's willing to lay down his life for them. So those Jews, so that's anti-Jewish stuff. But can this be historical? There's no record of any governor anywhere in the Roman world giving over a prisoner for crimes against the state to a crowd. Certainly no record of Pilate doing it. It's completely against everything we know about Pilate from every source that survives that says anything about him. Moreover, this is a person who's in jail for insurrection. In other words, he's not just like a petty thief or something. He's participated in a rebellion against Rome, and he's in prison for murder. That must mean that he's killed a Roman soldier. And Pilate volunteers to release him? To be a nice guy? Oh my God. So in my book, I go into some length, man, that just cannot be right. And then the question is, well, then if it's not right historically, what's it all about? Well, it's about the Jews preferring the wrong guy. And it's not only that, but there's no history of somebody named this person Barabbas, but the name Barabbas in Aramaic means son of the Father. Which son of God do you want? Do you want the son of the Father who's an insurrectionist who wants to attack the Romans? Or do you want one who's willing to die for the sins of the world? Well, the Jewish people choose the wrong one. And so it's a very symbolic story, but it's not an accurate memory. So I would call that a distorted memory.
And can you tell us a little bit about the memory of Q and the memory of Paul?
Well, it's a little harder to talk about the memory of Q
Jesus.
because we don't know who. Regarding Jesus, yeah. Okay, I got it. Yeah. So how's Jesus remembered in Q and how's Jesus remembered in Paul? We have to make some assumptions about Q to answer that question. So let's just assume, like if the way you want to assume, which I don't really assume, but if suppose you want to assume that the material found in Matthew and Mark, Matthew and Luke, not found in Mark, is all that was in Q, then you'd have a group of sayings of Jesus that are really more focused on how we ought to live our lives in the here and now, giving good ethical advice about how to treat one another and how to behave in relationship to God. And it would be a focus on the teachings of Jesus as being what really matters about him. That's not what really matters to Paul in his surviving writings. He doesn't think the teachings of Jesus are all that important, apparently, because he only quotes two of them explicitly, and well, three of them actually. I said two earlier, it's three. All of them in 1 Corinthians, one in chapter 7, chapter 9, chapter 11. He quotes three of them. For Paul, the sayings of Jesus are not really what matter about him. What matter about him are his death and resurrection. That Jesus died for sins and he was raised from the dead, and that those who believe in his death and resurrection will have salvation. Q appears to be closer to the kinds of things that Jesus himself might have said, which is that you need to return to God and you need to obey God. These are the ways you can obey God, and if you do, you will enter into the coming kingdom. Q definitely believes there's a coming kingdom and that you need to be prepared for it, but you get into the kingdom by following Jesus' ethical teachings. Whereas for Paul, it's the death and resurrection of Jesus that really matter. So they're different memories of Jesus in that sense. You're muted, Jacob. Jacob, you're muted. There you go.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was just saying. I'm gonna take these two super chats and then I'll ask my closing question.
Okay.
Justin, thank you for your super chat. What is your view on John 10:34? You are gods. Jesus implying we are all gods that follow his teachings.
Yeah, I've been thinking lately if I could come up with a several instances where Jesus makes an argument just to befuddle his interlocutors. So this is one of those where Jesus says something, and it seems to be he's saying it just to shut up his opponents. He has several things like that, like in the Synoptic Gospels, where he asks the scribes and Pharisees if they think David is the Messiah is the son of David, and they say, yes, sure. And he says, well, then why is it that in the Psalms David calls him his Lord? The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand. Why would David call him his Lord if he's his son? And the scribes and Pharisees they have no answer to this. Like, oh my God, I don't know. How could it be? I don't know. And like he shuts them up by asking them a question they can't answer, which is great. I mean, because like Socrates did that kind of thing all the time, just asked stuff people couldn't answer. And I think there are places in the New Testament where Jesus does that. He just says something that people can't answer, but he doesn't have the answer either. And this is kind of like that for me. It's in this passage where they're offended that they say, look, you're calling yourself God. He's just said, I and the Father are one in verse 30. And they take up stones to stone him. So why are you trying to stone me? I'm just, because you call yourself God. Well, Scripture itself says you are gods. Oh, yeah, I guess it does, doesn't it? So like he's just like shutting them up, basically. Could he meant something further by it? It depends how sophisticated we take him to be in the passage. Throughout some parts of both Jewish and Christian tradition, it was understood that humans have a divine spark within them, and that humans, in a sense, are gods, just as angels in the Bible are called gods, and humans are sometimes called superior to angels, so they're gods. And so it doesn't mean they're like God in the sense of the creator of the heaven and earth, but it means that they are, in some sense, divine heavenly beings. And Jesus certainly in the Gospel of John thinks that he's come down from heaven in order to take people up to heaven, and that they will go up to heaven if they experience a new birth and are born of heaven. And in the ancient world, if you're taken up to heaven, you are an immortal. And if you are an immortal, that's a synonym for God in the ancient world, in Greek tradition. A synonym for God is the immortals, going back to Homer. And so if you're made immortal, you're made into a God, and that's what John's understanding of Jesus is that you're going to be made into a divine immortal being. And so to that extent, maybe he is referring to that in John 10:34.
Mr. Warlight, thank you for your super chat. Based on the literacy rate throughout the Roman Empire, could the average Roman read, or did converts rely on the bishop's 70 disciples preaching alone? And if so, why did they use the manuscripts?
Okay, good question. The first thing to say is that literacy rates were very low in the Roman Empire by modern standards. The idea of massive literacy, where the society is concerned that their young learn how to read and write and do arithmetic, that is a very modern thing that started with the Industrial Revolution. And so prior to the whenever you date the kind of the massive literacy, kind of mid-19th century, it wasn't understood that that everybody would go to school. There have been detailed studies of literacy in the Roman world. The classic study that I still like very much is by William Harris, called Ancient Literacy. Harris argues that in the best of times in Greek and Roman antiquity, 10 to 15% of the population could read. That 10 to 15% is almost exclusively people living in urban areas, major urban areas, and they're people who are not among the poor, but they're among the elite who have the resources, families that have the resources to enable one or more of their children to attend school instead of working. Most people had to put their kids to work early on just to keep food on the table. So the best of times means like in Athens during the classical period. In the Roman world, maybe 10% of the population could read. Fewer than that could write, and fewer of those who could write could compose, and fewer than those who could compose could actually write a book. So not very many people were capable of writing books by percentages. So people who converted to Christianity, could they read? Most, no, they could not. They could not read. One interesting question is, since Christianity, unlike other religions, became a religion of the book, where the writings became all important, why didn't bishops teach their people to read? The bishops would have been educated. Bishops were chosen because they were of higher status within society as a rule, and they've got to know the scriptures, and they've got to be more elite people with some education as a rule. Why didn't they set up reading programs so that people could read the scriptures? It's a good question. I had a student named Kim Haynes Eitzen who wrote her master's thesis on this question, and she tried to show that, in fact, it was kind of a power question. If you got people who are relying on you to convey the truth, and the truth is in written documents, and you're the only one who can read the documents, read them out loud, emphasizing certain things as you read, and interpreting what you just read, then you got control over your community. Interesting idea. By the way, this wasn't just kind of a crazy idea by a low-level scholar. She went on and did her PhD and published her PhD dissertation and became the chair of the department at Cornell University. So this is a serious scholar. So anyway, so that's an interesting question. But this question this person's asking is, did they rely on what others said, their leaders? And if so, why did they use manuscripts? So the deal is that most people in the ancient world read books by hearing them read. Just like today, people today, advanced 2,000 years. Oh yeah, I read War and Peace. Really? Well, I did it on Audible. So like in my car. So like you hear it on Audible and you say you read it. Well, in the ancient world, that's how most people read. So in a Christian community, the person who could read was usually the leader, and he, almost always a he, would stand up and read a book and a manuscript, a handwritten copy of one of Paul's letters or a gospel. This is, it becomes a point where within the church, this is the point where mainly it's males who are in the clergy. There's a lower level of clergy that are called readers. And so, you get bishops, and you get priests, and you get bishops, you get deacons and stuff, and you get readers. And so they're using the manuscripts. Not people usually didn't privately own manuscripts. They were church property. Usually they were expensive to have, but then you'd have a reader reading the manuscripts. And the manuscripts were very, very important, even though most people couldn't read. Within Christianity, most people never could read until the Industrial Revolution.
And so my closing question, and then we actually have 2 more super chats again, so I'll take those in real quick. Where is Josephus getting his information from regarding Jesus and James?
We don't know. I mean, I assume, he has a short paragraph on Jesus that parts of it almost certainly don't go back to Josephus in this paragraph. He says some things that he absolutely could have known, that Jesus was a teacher, that he had many followers, that he was reputed to do astounding things, that the enemies of his people, the Jewish people, turned on him, turned him over to the Roman governor Pilate, who had him crucified. All of that could easily simply have been common knowledge about this person. Josephus did research for his work, but a lot of his research would have been interviews with people, and it wasn't like hidden in a closet that there was this man Jesus. He wasn't particularly important, and Josephus doesn't say anything particularly important about him. He talks a lot more about lots and lots of other people. He has longer stories about other people named Jesus, but he does have that paragraph. And then in the later section, in book 20 of his Antiquities, he has a short line about the death of James, who's stoned to death somewhat illegally by the Jewish authorities in Israel when the high priest wasn't around, or when the governor wasn't around. And he says that James is the brother of the one, Jesus, who's called the Messiah. So where does he get this information from? I mean, he got it from where he gets his other information, mainly from oral traditions, probably. When I said that paragraph, most of it probably goes back to Josephus, in my judgment. I think that's the common judgment, although there are dissenters. But there are passages in that thing, like certain things that he says that could not have gone back to Josephus, where he says Jesus was the Messiah, and that he was raised from the dead on the third day, as the scriptures say, that kind of thing. Yeah, he didn't say those things, but probably this was a text that was copied by a Christian scribe, and he inserted a couple things to make sure his reader realized who he's talking about.
All right, let's take these 2 final super chats real quick. Aaron Smith, thank you for your super chat. Bart, I'm a huge fan. If you had to guess, who do you think came up with these stories in the Gospel of Mark? Flavian, Piso, Josephus?
No, there's no way any of that. I know there's a book or 2 out there claiming this. There's no way that this was written by a non-follower of Jesus who was a Roman authority of some kind. The people who've written those books they frankly really just don't know what they're talking about. It may sound like they do, but I'm just telling you, they don't understand Roman history. They don't understand the history of early Judaism. They don't understand the New Testament. They don't understand the history of early Christianity. They're just making stuff up. And it's so much so that nobody even, scholars, my scholars in the classics department who are experts on like Roman history and stuff would not, they don't take it seriously because it's so easy to take apart. So who wrote it? A Christian wrote it. A Christian who is a follower of Jesus. He got his stories from the oral traditions, which is what I talk about in my book, Jesus Before the Gospels, traditions that have been in circulation around the empire for decades. We don't know where this person was living or what his name was. He almost certainly is living in an urban area. He's almost certainly highly educated as a Greek-speaking person. I think he was not Jewish because he explains things to his audience about the Jews that shows they weren't Jewish because he has to explain these things. And that probably show that he wasn't Jewish because he explains them incorrectly for Jews. And so he doesn't understand Judaism very well. So I don't have a name. There are 60 million people living in the empire. Most of them couldn't right, but we have very, very few pieces of information about who did write. But anyway, it was some Christian who heard these stories in a big urban area that spoke Greek.
And the last one, John Pitcos, thank you for your super chat. In Mark and Matthew, Jesus sheds his blood for the sake of many, but in Luke he does so for his disciples, likewise in Paul. What do you make of this?
I'm not sure what John. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. That it's just for the disciples. Do you mean just? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that, because Jesus' death is for everybody in all four Gospels and in Paul, but all four Gospels and Paul agree that not everybody accept his death for salvation. So I think maybe you know what, maybe John, since you're not here for me to interview, I think maybe you're referring to the Last Supper, the words in the Last Supper, because Paul and Luke have a similar version of what Jesus said at the Last Supper, and Matthew and Mark have a similar view of what was said. And they're two different views. Oh, they're close, but they're different. And I think you're saying, why was that changed between Paul and Luke on one hand and Mark and Matthew on the other? I don't know what the answer is. But I probably should maybe just let me look at the text here very quickly, because I'm not sure that that's part of it that gets changed. In a second, just let me look and see. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Actually, Mark also doesn't say for everyone. So this is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many. In Mark. Oh, wait, and then I'm sorry, I've got something on my screen that's interrupting one. He does for. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think Mark, Paul, and Luke, they have it that it dies. Oh, is it that he dies for you? Maybe he's talking for you, and he thinks that's referring to. I don't know. Are you still with me, Jacob?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
he posted this about a minute ago. He said
okay.
Yes, so I think you were on the right track.
Okay.
Regarding the question earlier, but
yeah.
anyway.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Can you hold on a second? I've got something mixed up here with my audio and video.
Okay.
Okay. Well, if you can you still see and hear me, Jacob?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Because there. Okay. Now I'm back with you. Sorry.
Well, we're closing anyway, so it's no problem.
Yes. Okay.
I want to thank everybody for their super chats. Thank everybody for watching the episode. And I will see everybody later. Thank you for joining me today, Bart Ehrman.
Thank you for having me.
Hello, viewers. Thanks for watching this video from the History Valley YouTube channel. Please don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. And if any of you wish to further support this channel, please consider checking out this channel's Patreon page and becoming a patron, and/or donate through PayPal or through Super Chat during your live stream. Thank you.